Hello everyone, welcome to Kart Raceway in Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire, the county known as the County of Opportunity. We're here for the 2021 Rye House London Cup, a one-off event that has been hosted since the mid to late 1960s. The likes of drivers such as Lewis Hamilton and three-time Quick-Fit British Touring Car champion Ashley Sutton have made their mark at this very circuit as well. But also in recent times, the likes of Alfie Haralambous, Lewis Island, Joseph Katsantonis, Daniel Ginchard, back when he was a Honda cadet, have won the titles here this weekend. This 950-metre circuit, based just outside of Stevenage, which is about 25 minutes drive away, will test all drivers. We've got over 90 different drivers in multiple categories, including Bambino Coma, IAMI. We've also got Honda Cadet, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax and 177 Rotax. And here in Hoddesdon, it's a fantastic circuit. It's going to be a real free-for-all here this weekend, as we'll find out on Sunday afternoon who will be our 2021 champions. Good morning everyone, welcome to Rye House Kart Raceway for the 2021 London Cup. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your commentator, and welcome to the official Alpha live stream, brought to you in association with Create Gym, which is the gym for everybody. A brief roundup, 60 years Rye House has been in circulation, 950 metres, 8 turns, an elevation of about 15 feet, a very testing circuit here in Hoddesdon, not too far outside of the hometown of 7-time Formula One world champion Lewis Hamilton, who is currently racing at the Sao Paulo Grand Prix this weekend. Having a look ahead, this is the predicted weather, that we're going to have a 20% chance of rain. 13 degrees is going to be the high. It's cloudy overhead and a 9-mile-an-hour gust of wind. But without further ado, we're about to get underway with the racing action. So, up first, we've got our very first set of heats. So, as you can see on the circuit, there is some standing water. The track is very, very greasy and slick. So it's going to test the drivers. We're going to run through the grid for Bambino Coma, Heat A1. Following on from time qualifying yesterday, the GP plate of Jensen Sale will be alongside Aurora Joel, who put her best time yesterday afternoon in the second set of qualifications. Adam Haludi and Rex Pooley in the 29 and the 31 round out row 2. Sophie Morris, who's doing her last event as a Bambino before she moves up to cadets, starts on the inside of row 3 and will be joined by the 99 of Albie Smith. Row 4 is Brady Atkin McDonald in the 33, the 48 of Oscar Kenny, Charlie Page in the 3, Matthew Lilly in the 28, and Jensen Fathers in the number 20 rounds out the 11-strong grid. So they're just getting the grid into formation. It will be a standing start with Bambinos. So the heats will take place over a duration of 8 minutes plus a lap, 2 heats in all. Right, grid has been cleared as we're about to get ready to go racing for the first time here at the 2021 London Cup here at Rye House Kart Raceway. And it looks like they are off and underway. And we're going to see who gets into Stadium Bend first. That's going to be Jensen Sale and the GP plates as they make their way through Stadium Bend for the first time of asking. And then through into Reg's Elbow, which is turn 2, before the first of 2 hairpins that they'll have to negotiate. As all, we've had a little bit of a spin for the 31, and that is Rex Pooley, and there's been dramas for Charlie Page in the number 3. And also there is one kart that is with them. That looks to be the 36 of Aurora Joel, I believe. But Jensen Sale is leading the way as they make their way through into pylon. So Jensen Fathers looks to have made a couple of moves up the order. So is Sophie Morris. But Jensen Sale comes across the line to complete lap number 1 of this race. And we've got Adam Haludi battling away with Sophie Morris, and there is also Rex Pooley in the 31. So Jensen Sale is leading the way and has about a 3.1 second advantage over the number 29 of Adam Haludi. Then it's Sophie Morris in the O plate. Rex Pooley in the 31 rounds out the top 4, followed up by Albie Smith in the number 99 as Sale is already making his way down towards pylon. So the youngest category that we actually have, so we have 2 categories of Bambinos. We have Bambino Cadet and also Bambino Coma and Bambino Iami, as there has been a moment, I think, for Brady Atkin McDonald off of the back straightaway coming through the outfield hairpin. So 6 minutes still to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. And Jensen Sale leads the way. Good to see quite a few people, such as Dave Roche, John Richardson, Josh Graham, and also Michael Perk, all the way from Mount Panorama location, so Bathurst, New South Wales in Australia. So 8:48 in the evening. Well, and I think someone actually said, who is, what was it? It's not a Sunday without karting. I very much agree with that, as we're on to the last 5.5 minutes. Jensen Sale now has nearly a 4-second advantage over Adam Haludi. Just keeping an eye on the times between Adam Haludi and Sophie Morris. This is a battle for 2nd position in this race. The gap between them is about a second as things stand as they come through into pylon. But Sophie Morris looks to be closing that gap. Albie Smith, in the meantime, is closed in on Rex Pooley for the battle for P4. As the timer continues to tick away. And for those wondering, what happens at the end of the London Cup with the winners of the final? Well, the winners of the final become the 2021 London Cup champions. And Jensen Sale, even in these incremental conditions, is running in the 59.3s at the moment. A 59.347 extends the gap to Adam Haludi to what is now 5.4 seconds. Sophie Morris is about a 1.5 seconds adrift. It has been a difficult race for the likes of Charlie Page and Aurora Joel. Charlie Page in number 3 is currently sitting in 8th position. Aurora Joel now makes her way up into 10th, having got past Brady Atkin McDonald, who rounds out the 11 strong. And these conditions are starting to catch the drivers out a little bit. There has been a shift in the weather atmospherics here at Rye House and also the local Hertfordshire area. Rex Pooley trying to keep Sophie Morris rather honest and has put in a personal best of a 1:536. Jensen Sale is absolutely flying at the moment. Wondering if he's got wings to those side pods on that kart as the GP now puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 58.773 second lap time. And Jensen Sale making his way down the back straightaway, heading in towards pylon. And the battle for 3rd place between Sophie Morris, Rex Pooley and Albie Smith has now started to concertina as they make their way down the back straight into pylon. Sophie Morris and Aurora Joel, along with quite a few of these drivers, have been competing in this year's Rye House IKR Championship in this particular class, as Jensen Sale again hitting the high 58-second lap times. Aurora Joel's made up another place, the number 36 now up into 9th, having got past the number 20 of Jensen Fathers, as Rex Pooley looks towards the outside to sweep through into Stadium Bend behind Sophie Morris. But Albie Smith is there just waiting in the wings, has got the ringside seats as they come through, Reg's elbow. Matthew Lilly down in 7th position does a personal best. Adam Haludi does a personal best, as does Oscar Kenny in the number 48. As all, a little bit of a moment there. That is for the number 99 of Albie Smith. And went on the runoff area coming through the infield hairpin. So with just over 2 minutes on the clock to go, Jensen Sale is leading comfortably. And by comfortably, I mean 8.8 seconds. And just having had a look outside of the commentary box window, I think Aurora Joel's had a slight drama. She's still currently sitting in 9th at the moment. Sophie Morris fending off Rex Pooley for 3rd place. They've dropped Albie Smith in the meantime. But all 11 drivers still circulating at the moment. A few cheers from just off of the pre-grid area where all the drivers will be lining up as Albie Smith again has started to close back into Rex Pooley. And the gap between Jensen Sale in the GP plate and Adam Haludi in the number 29 is nearly 10 seconds. And we have completed 6 laps. We're on lap number 7 of this race. We head into the last just under 60 seconds of this encounter. And with regards to the schedule, we will have a Bambino B and a Bambino A Coma final later on this afternoon. As Sophie Morris puts in a personal best, Jensen Sale on lap number 7 puts in the fastest lap again and improves to a 58.528 second lap time. A gap now between Sale and Haludi with just under 30 seconds on the clock is 11.5 seconds as it stands. So Jensen Sale about to come out of the final corner known as Paddock, as Sophie Morris coming under salvo fire from Rex Pooley going down the back straightaway. As our leader now will head on to the penultimate lap of the race and has to go around the outside of Jensen Fathers through Stadium. And with the sheer pace of momentum that the GP plate had, as there's a little bit of a spin there for Charlie Page trying to turn into the infield hairpin. As the timer has now expired, we've hit 8 minutes on the clock. There is your race leader, Jensen Sale, leading the way through into pylon for the final time. And getting a bit sideways coming out of the exit, going through into the Complex Nouvelle. Now through into the S's. One more corner for the GP of Jensen Sale, who comes out of the final corner and heads his way across the line. And the final lap board has gone out. So all heats today will be 8 minutes plus an additional lap. The finals will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. And being Remembrance Sunday, we will be honouring the 2-minute silence at 11 o'clock this morning. So it has been a very comfortable, dominant performance by the GP plate of Jensen Sale, who has just a couple of more corners to negotiate. So through the S's, out of Paddock, wrestling with the steering wheel a little bit, and across the line goes Jensen Sale to win Bambino Coma Heat A1 by a considerable margin. Adam Haludi now in the 29 is making progress through the final corner, and very shortly will cross the line as well with Sophie Morris. I think is still embroiled in a battle. There she is just coming out of Paddock, and Sophie Morris out of the final corner comes across the line to take P3 ahead of Rex Pooley in the number, well, that's Albie Smith, because Rex Pooley has now dropped to 5th at the line. Oscar Kenny will take 6th place as Jensen Fathers has been confirmed in 10th position. And next up to cross the line is the number 28, Matthew Lilly. And there is the recovering Aurora Joel, who will take 8th place. And last across the line will be the number 3 of Charlie Page, as Jensen Sale dominates proceedings. A bit of a raised hand in the air from Charlie Page, who thoroughly enjoyed that one. So Jensen Sale takes the victory in Bambino Coma Heat A1 by 17.3 seconds ahead of Adam Haludi. Sophie Morris rounds out the top 3 ahead of Albie Smith. Rex Pooley, Oscar Kenny, Matthew Lilly, Aurora Joel, Charlie Page, Jensen Fathers, and Brady Atkin McDonald. So that's the first of our first barrage of heats today. Next up will be Ayami Bambino. So we have a total of around about 90 plus drivers over the classes here this weekend, as Ayami Bambino will be out on the circuit very shortly, and they're making their way onto the formation lap. So let's have a look at the grid. So 6 drivers in this class. Josh Cook in time qualifying set the fastest lap of a 44.791, putting the 77 on pole. Alongside, it was a great battle between Cook and Elliot Travis in the number 33, and Travis joins Cook on the front row. Danin Dimitrov in the number 65, third fastest, ahead of Charlie Clough in the number 51. Ronnie Carter in the number 10 starts on the inside of row number 3 with Ethan Copeland alongside in the number 43. So we're just waiting for Ethan Copeland to join the back of the grid, and has just done so. A little bit of a moment for the 43 coming out of paddock on the formation lap. So the engines are now started. Grid is being cleared. 8 minutes plus an additional lap, ready for racing for the Ayami Bambino contingent. Former winners include the likes of Riley Cranham and also Joseph Katsantonis in previous years. As they're underway, we're going to see who's going to win the drag race down into Stadium Bend. Looks to be Elliot Travis has got the whole shot, as Ronnie Ray Carter has already rocketed up to 2nd position going through the inside of Stadium Bend, as they make their way through into the infield hairpin for the first time. Travis leads the way, Carter in 2nd. As all, we've had a moment at the back end of the field, and that is the 43 of Ethan Copeland that has unfortunately gone backwards on the infield hairpin, as the rest of the field make their way onto the back straight for the first time. Ronnie Carter coming under fire from Josh Cook, and Cook looks to get ahead before Pylon does so. But Ronnie Carter looks to sweep to the inside, and the number 10 gets through. Just behind them is Danin Dimitrov in the number 65. And then Charlie Clough will be rounding out the top 5 as these drivers make their way across the line. Once again, Cook up the inside of Carter, but then Danin Dimitrov has managed to get up the inside of the pair of them. Carter now slots his way back into 3rd place, ahead of Cook. But Cook gets back past Ronnie Carter through Reg's elbow. 6 3/4 minutes still remaining, plus an additional lap. And Josh Cook trying to close on in on Darin Dimitrov and current race leader Elliot Travis. Charlie Clough trying to put some pressure onto Ronnie Carter. Heading through into pylon as they make their way through the complex and then through into the S's. So Carter leads after 2 laps of this 950-metre circuit. All the drivers finding different racing lines around particular parts of the circuit here at Stadium Bend, through Reg's elbow that they're heading through into now. Ronnie Carter looks to have dropped to 4th position. And Darin Dimitrov now closing in on Elliot Travis, looks for the lead up the inside through the outfield hairpin onto the back straightaway, but Elliot Travis very quick to react to that accordingly and manages to keep the lead thus far. As a little bit of a run wide for Elliot Travis coming out of pylon and into the complex. Nearly gave Darin Dimitrov the opportunity to get through. And Dimitrov in the slipstream looks to the inside of Travis, gets through on the inside. Travis runs a little bit wide, takes a different line as now Charlie Clough gets past Ronnie Carter. But Carter looks to be back up the inside through into towards Reg's elbow, but loses out. Contact warning, first one of the meeting to Charlie Clough in the number 51. He now sits in 4th position. Darin Dimitrov now leading the way as we're about halfway through lap number 4 of this race. 5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap as they make their way through. So Elliot Travis trying to close up in on Darin Dimitrov once again as they come across the line. Gap between them will probably be the best part of about 0.2 or so of a second. As Josh Cook now having Charlie Clough closing down on him. And it was just over 0.3 between Darin Dimitrov and Elliot Travis. We're halfway through the race at the moment, and Dimitrov still coming under fire from Elliot Travis as they make their way back onto the back straight. And Travis gets a real good run, just carries the momentum through the exit of the corner, puts the power down nicely. As Dimitrov takes a slightly wide line coming out of pylon and into the complex in comparison with Elliot Travis, who now has learnt from the earlier excursion onto the curbing on the exit of pylon. So another lap completed. Darin Dimitrov looks to be trying to extend that gap, but under the brakes going into the infield hairpin, Elliot Travis is getting a bit closer to the number 65. Once again, the wide line used by Elliot Travis will help him power out of the corner, and he gets a real good amount of traction in comparison with the traditional racing line employed by Darin Dimitrov. Dimitrov is doing a very good job of keeping a hold of the lead. As we have had a brief yellow flag out, and that was through the marshal post just off of the S's. Good morning to Riley Wright. So if you haven't already, don't forget to like, share and subscribe this video. A big thank you to Alpha Life for coming on board. The last time the London Cup was actually streamed was when myself and Anthony Jordan was... and we've had a massive drama, and that might have been... Was that Elliot Travis? No, that was the 43 of Ethan Coupland, because everyone was coming around to lap the 43. He's still carrying on, though. It's a case of never giving up in this kind of sport. So... a big thank you to Alpha Live, who actually streamed this event back in 2019 with myself and Anthony Jordan back then on commentary. Josh Cook has put in the fastest lap of the race with just over 2 minutes remaining, a 53.2. It's about, well, the gap looks to have extended a little bit because it seems to have changed somewhat. Yes, Elliot Travis is now down a little bit further down the order, down from second into fourth place, as Charlie Clough has now gotten away from Josh Cook and Elliot Travis in the meantime. So Charlie Clough is about 2.14549 seconds behind Dimitrov. Josh Cook in third, Elliot Travis. These were the two that were on the front row earlier on, after time qualifying yesterday afternoon, which finished under the floodlights and also sunset as well. Josh Cook runs a little bit wide coming out of the outfield hairpin onto the back straightaway, as Dimitrov just calmly getting on with the business at hand. So Dimitrov flies through into Stadium Bend in the number 65. Charlie Clough has been running about 0.2 of a second adrift in terms of pure race pace. Charlie Clough looks to have closed that gap. It was 2.1, it's now 1.6 seconds and dropping, but the time is fast running out. And on that last lap, it was the best part of just over half a second that Charlie Clough took out of Danin Dimitrov. As we look to be on the last lap, which has just been confirmed. So Dimitrov leading by just over 1.6 seconds from Charlie Clough, as Josh Cook and Elliot Travis still battling away over P3. Ronnie Carter in fifth and Ethan Coupland in the 43, rounding out the 6-strong grid. So Dimitrov just has a couple more corners to negotiate, but Charlie Clough looks to be even closer than we've seen over the last couple of laps. But Dimitrov exits out of the final corner, and the number 65 will take the checkered flag. And that is it. And Charlie Clough, in the meantime, had actually closed the gap, put in the fastest lap of the race on the 10th and final lap of this circuit, 950 metres, with a 52.950, which shows some signs of track evolution. Josh Cook rounds out the top three, finishing 0.136 ahead of Elliot Travis. Ronnie Carter takes fifth place, having initially got his way up into second at the first run down to Stadium Bend after the lights went out. And Ethan Coupland rounds out the 6-strong grid. So Danin Dimitrov wins the first of 2 heats in the Ayami Bambino class. I did mention Joseph Katsantonis and Riley Cranham as previous winners in 2017 and 2018 respectively, but Teddy Porter won it last year. So next up, let's go to our next race. So welcome, like I say, with regards to it, this is going to be Bambino Coma Heat B1. So based on the times from qualifying, it's Harper Das in the number 95 that will start from pole position, and he will have the number 38 of Chester Forks alongside. Funnily enough, Harper Das is the defending champion of the London Cup from last year. Cole Teal in the number 6 and Ellis Child in the 88, that is row 2. Marley Wardy in the 11 and Bertie Cooper in the 17, that is row number 3. Row 4 is Jensen Perel in the number 63, Leo Hunt in the 66, Sasha Akulov in the 98, and Mason Munzer in the number 27 rounds out the 10 drivers that will compete in this race here this morning. Also, previous Roll of Honour in terms of the last 3 to 4 years. Well, Harper Das I've already mentioned. Noah Baglin won this in 2019. Jesse Phillips, who's now racing in Europe these days, won it in 2018. And also Lewis Islin, who's competing as a Honda Cadet this weekend, is also the 2017 London Cup champion. So the drivers make their way onto the starting grid. So all Bambino classes will be standing starts, as will the Honda Cadets, along with Rotax, all 3 Rotax classes. So we have Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, and 177 Rotax, all doing dual file rolling start formations. And that's where the fireworks will really come into play a little bit later on. Dave Roche, yes, after this one, Honda Cadets will be up next. So there's quite a few. I know Dave Roche, his son Hugh, runs with Ambition Motorsport, who are here in full abundance. I've also caught up with Paul James, funnily enough, 2004 Senior Rotax champion of this very event as well. We had a bit of a laugh and a giggle about that because he sent me the link. So they're going to start clearing the grid ahead of 8 minutes plus an additional lap. So the revs rise. We are lights out and off and underway. And who's going to get to stadium first? It could be Harper Das on the inside, as it's 2 by 2 between the top 4 already going through into the exit of stadium as they head into the left-hander at Reg's elbow. And Harper Das does lead the way, being followed by the number 11 of Marley Wardy, as the number 6 of Cole Teal looks to go up the inside. We've had a spin. And that looks to be Ellis Child that has just had a little bit of a drama going through the infield hairpin as the battle between Cole Teal and Marley Wardy. They nearly came side by side there, going through in towards pylon. As bit of a run wide there for the number 11 of Marley Wardy. Manages to catch it, bit of a snap-on understeer. And there's Bertie Cooper in the number 17 who rounds out the top 4 positions. But it's Harper Das that leads the way after lap number 1. Cole Teal in second position. Marley Wardy, Bertie Cooper, Ellis Child, Jensen Perel, Mason Munzer, Chester Fawkes, and then Leo Hunt. So looks like we have one driver not in the race itself. So we are down to 9 drivers in this particular group. As there has been a drama, I didn't really catch the number of the driver. That looks to be that was Leo Hunt that had a little bit of a moment. Had a quick chat with his dad, Joe, who's running in Rotax 177 this weekend. Put it on pole position for the first heat today. As Cole Teal makes his way through to try and catch up with Marley Wardy in the number 11, but Harper Das still continuing to lead the way. Harper Das has been venturing further afield than Rye House this season, but has made a couple of impromptu appearances as Cole Teal looks towards the outside, going through into Stadium Bend on Marley Wardy. Wardy manages to defend nicely, as Ellis Child has put in the fastest lap of the race, 58.863. As the number 17, Bertie Cooper, loses the back end, under braking into the infield hairpin, but manages to get back and recompose. Just behind is Chester Fawkes, the number 38. Now Ellis Child has closed on in on the number 6 of Cole Teal. And Cole Teal runs a little bit wide coming out of pylon, and that gives Ellis Child the opportunity to get through for the position.
So as they come across the line, Harpadas leads. Marley Wardy now in second, runs a little bit wide. That's going to allow Ellis Child to get a bit close, maybe a bit too close for comfort, going through into Reggie's elbow off of Stadium Bend. Cole Teal is keeping with them. Ellis Child again has set the fastest lap of the race. Improvements on lap times from Mason Munster and Jensen Perel, who ran at the top 8. Harpadas and Marley Wardy, who are the top 2, have also improved their lap times. But Ellis Child has still got the fastest lap of the race. It is a 58.762, and last time around caught up, what was it, 1.1 seconds off of Marley Wardy's gap. And there they are, going through into the Exeter pylon, into the S's. So Ellis Child in third, trying to close the gap once again to Marley Wardy. This is the battle for second on the road, as Harpadas has got a 2.8 second lead, make that nearly 3 seconds after the conclusion of 4 laps, as Ellis Child looks a little bit closer this time for second position, going through Stadium Bend, now into Reggie's elbow once more. And Leo Hunt, in the meantime, just had a look at the timing screens, and Leo Hunt is closing in on Jensen Perel for 8th place, but now there has been a change because Marley Wardy has lost out second position to Ellis Child. They're now making their way through the complex Nouvelle, through into the S's. There'll be encouragement from the sidelines as Ellis Child puts in the fastest lap of the race. So now the chase begins to see if they can catch up to Harpadas. Harpadas is about 2.3 seconds up the road, but Ellis Child took nearly 9/10 out of his advantage on the 5th lap. And Ellis Child is bringing along Marley Wardy, so the slipstream is really, really helping. A little bit further back, Chester Fawkes in the 38 battling away with Mason Munster as the battle for second position still continues. Leo Hunt now up into 7th place as the battle for second and third coming into pylon. And Marley Wardy is close enough in the number 11 to the 88 of Ellis Child coming out of paddock. The final corner on the circuit. This could be advantageous going through into Stadium Bend. And Harpadas puts in a 58.7 second lap time. The gap has extended because the 2 battling over second and third, Ellis Child and Marley Wardy, has now extended to 2.8 seconds between first and second position, as Marley Wardy was having a quick look up the inside and decides to dive through on the inside, has to take the runoff area. And there's a moment for Ellis Child in the meantime, so that could allow Cole Teal back into the mix. Mason Munster has had a black and white warning flag in the meantime. These conditions not proving to be easy. The back end was trying to step out on Marley Wardy there, going through the exit of pylon and through into the complex Nouvelle, as Harpadas has just been carrying on. So we've got just under a minute on the clock remaining. Harpadas's lead now is stretched to 4.464 seconds, as Marley Wardy, having, taking a very aggressive line going into the infield hairpin, might not be doing the number 11 any favours. However, Ellis Child is a bit far behind for Marley Wardy to actually worry about that. So we're heading into the final 30 seconds. So Harpadas out of the final corner, now making his way towards the start-finish line. As the 95 carries on, head down, just focused. As next time around we'll get the final lap board. Here's a great little scrap between the likes of, looks to be Leo Hunt versus Chester Fawkes with the number 38 just up ahead. So the timer has expired. And our leader, Harpadas, is on his way down the back straight. Leo Hunt is really giving some chase and trying to go around the outside through into Reg's elbow. That was an inspired move by the number 66 to take 6th position off of Chester Fawkes going on to this lap. And the last lap board has been shown to Harpadas, who now makes his way through Stadium Bend for what is going to be the 10th and final time, not including the formation lap. There's the number 66 of Leo Hunt, now in 6th position ahead of Chester Fawkes in the number 38. Just behind they've got Jensen Perel. As there has been a spin, so Chester Fawkes has lost out to Jensen Perel, and there's Mason Munzer. But in the meantime, the leader now coming onto the back straightaway. Harpadas just has a couple more corners to negotiate before taking the checkered flag. And out of the final turn, here comes the number 95, the defending Bambino Coma London Cup champion. Harpadas, unfazed, unchallenged, and crosses the line to take the victory. So a pretty significant gap between himself and Marley Wardy, as Wardy does cross the line at the end of it all. Gap on the penultimate lap was 5.1 seconds, and it was 5.477 at the end of 10 laps of racing. So that's 9,500 metres. Ellis Child in 3rd place. Cole Teal rounds out the top 4. Bertie Cooper in 5th in the number 17, and here comes Leo Hunt in the number 66. I'm sure his dad Joe will be very, very happy about that one, as he takes 6th position. Jensen Perel rounds out the top 7, and we have the last 2 competitors. Chester Fawkes in 8th in the number 38, and Mason Munzer in 9th with the number 27. But Harpadas getting his Bambino Coma London Cup title defence off to the best start possible with a convincing victory. Just under 5.5 seconds ahead of Marley Wardy. A big thank you to Create Gym that have come on board as the title sponsor, and they are actually having a promotion at the moment that if you join today, you can use the promo code BUYNOWPAY2022, and you can use the facilities all the way for free right up until December the 31st, 2021. Nothing to pay until next season. They have a variety of courses, classes, personal trainers available to use at your discretion. They do also tuition in terms of boxing. You can see Anthony Joshua there for those watching on the live stream at home. You can also do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, a lot of other things as well. So a big thank you to Create Gym. You can go to their website, creategym.co.uk, and use the promo code BUYNOWPAY2022 to get involved. So we'll head to our next heat, which is, of course, Honda Cadets. And it was a rapid-fire qualifying session yesterday because Lewis Islin is on pole position in a Honda Cadet. He's got Ambition Motorsports' William Murphy alongside on the front row. Kai Clark is in the top 3, also from the Ambition stable. Alexander Kurdikov rounds out the top 4 ahead of Mayan Patel and the number 95 of Finney Lines. Luca Holmes-Black and Bradley Keaton in the 28 and the 53 round out the top 4 rows ahead of Anthony Parford in the 47 and John Richardson in the 48, who complete the top 10. Rounding out the top 6 rows, it's Max Wheatley in the 12 and Harley Musk in the 21. Row number 7, it's Oliver Warner in the 23 and Cian Sullivan in the 26. Teddy Cooper and Levi Markady, row 8. Oliver Spencer and Leo Anya round out the top 9 rows. Completing the top 20, it's Ralphie Granger in the 14 and Connor J. Winfield in the 27. Sam Howell in the 8, Nicola Pozzi in the 46, Jensen Walker in the 22, and Ashley Haas in the number 17, round out the 24. The biggest casualty not here this weekend, Josh Bugembe out due to injury. A real shame for him. as we would like to see how he will have got on this weekend. And I do know that Hugh Roche is actually using his dad's ID on YouTube. So the cheers are coming in for Finney Lyons, Kai Clark, and I know the Ambition boys, Hugh Roche and Josh Graham, I know you're watching. About 8 minutes on the clock, it's going to be a standing start. So 24 Honda Cadet drivers set to go into battle over 8 minutes plus an additional lap as we are revs up, lights out. We are off and racing in the first Honda Cadet heat, and a good start by Lewis Islin. Will Murphy slots in behind as it's 2 by 2, maybe 3 wide going into stadium for the first time of asking. But Lewis Islin has made the initial getaway. Will Murphy in second, Kai Clark will be with them. Alexander Kurdikov looks to be in 4th position. Mayan Patel as all. There's been a drama for the 53 and also the 12. Max Wheatley and Bradley Keaton. Keaton in the 53, Wheatley in the 12. Having dramas either in the approach to, and we've got more dramas, the 79. Teddy Cooper, looks like Kean Sullivan in the 26 might have been involved there too, as they're all trying to make their way through pylon. Still very, very difficult conditions to contend with, along with battling with the opposition out there. As Lewis Islin leads Will Murphy, Kai Clark rounds out the top 3. Mayan Patel now in 4th, ahead of Alexander Kurdikov. And Finney Lyons looks to be holding station at the moment in P6. Actually, he's a little bit further down. He's 7th behind Luca Holmes-Balak. As it's Anthony Parfitt. Harley Musk has made up 3 places up to 9th, ahead of John Richardson. Theo Anya, Oliver Warner's made up a place. The youngster recently joined the Ambition Motorsports squad earlier on this year and has got rid of the rookie plates and now is enjoying his racing. Will Murphy and Lewis Islin, who have been battling in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships in this class this season. Kai Clark has been in there, and Mayan Patel threaded the eye of the needle there, coming out of pylon and into the complex to get round the outside of Kai Clark, and that's for P3. Lap 2 in the books, and still Islin leads. He knows this track very, very well, like the back of his hand, and Will Murphy was at the top of the timesheets for pole position yesterday afternoon, as we've got one backwards, and that is John Richardson from Cutting Edge Racing. Alexander Kurdikov has just had a warning flag for contact from race control, so the number 11 currently sitting in P5. As we've got just under 6 minutes on the clock remaining. The top 2 have broken away as Islin versus Murphy, and Murphy looking up the inside through the exit of pylon. Gets a good traction coming out of the corner, but Lewis Islin just able to use the different racing line through the outside to get the power down nice and early and get through and keep ahead. And they've broken away. Mayan Patel is about the best part of, well, over a second a bit behind, but Will Murphy up the inside of Lewis Islin, who has one wheel in the air, trying to turn the kart in through the Exeter Stadium bend. Will Murphy now leads the way on what is now lap number 4 of this very frantically paced Honda Cadet race thus far. We've got 5 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, and Will Murphy was able to use the slipstream to good advantage. Luca Holmes-Balak now gets a contact warning from race control. The number 28 currently sitting in 6th position as things stand. But Lewis Islin will be the hunter as Will Murphy becomes the hunted as they come out of the final corner. Across the line, heads down, looking forward. Murphy with a quick glance over the right shoulder, turns in, rotates the kart through Stadium Bend. And Lewis Islin was right on his case, 64 thousandths behind, and was fractionally quicker in terms of pure lap time. As they make their way through into the outfield hairpin, Islin not giving Murphy at all a chance to breathe as they go through the outfield hairpin. And Islin still was within track limits there. If you're all 4 wheels out, it is a track limit warning, as there is a drama there, unfortunately, for Ralphie Granger in the number 14. Looks to be that he will be a retirement from the race as we're halfway through thus far. And some of the drivers very committed going through the S's, one of which was Anthony Parfitt in 6th position. I'll make that 5th. That could have been Luca Holmes-Balak, who's looking up the inside. That's Alexander Kurdikov to his outside. And Holmes-Balak gets through on the Exeter Stadium bend, but now Will Murphy starting to try and break away from Lewis Islin. Mayan Patel still sitting in third position. Kurdikov was in fourth, now fifth behind Luca Holmes-Black, Anthony Parfitt, Finley Lines, Leo Anya, Levi Markety and Harley Musk ran out the top 10. Oliver Warner is about 1.1 seconds adrift as pumping over the curbs. Going through into pylon is Will Murphy. Nicola Pozzi gets a warning in the number 46 from race control, currently sitting in 19th position. Kai Clark is trying to make some headway and is closing in on Oliver Warner for 11th position, having started third. And the defensive lines now being drawn as Kurdikov again ahead of Luca Holmes-Black, but Holmes-Black is really trying to close in. So Kurdikov managed to get the position back. Finley Lines just waiting in the wings behind Anthony Parfitt in the number 47. And Will Murphy has got nearly a half-second gap between himself and Lewis Islin after 6 laps completed, as we've got 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Alexander Kurdikov looking rather racy, gets towards the inside of Mayan Patel going through the exit of the complex. And Mayan Patel stays ahead. Great awareness from Mayan Patel. Still remember when he raced here as a Bambino a couple of years ago, and now he's flying as a Honda Cadet. As Kurdikov looking up the inside of Patel going through into Stadium Bend. Kurdikov taking the traditional racing line. And Mayan Patel finding acres of grip around the outside. Lewis Islin has just put in the fastest lap of the race, and he's closed up onto Will Murphy. Lewis Islin, the first driver to go into the sub-49 second bracket by 1/1000th. As Finny Lines really giving chase to Anthony Parfitt, the number 95. Just behind the 47, but they've got the warring duo of Mayan Patel in third and Alexander Kurdikov in the number 11 just up ahead. So either of those two drivers could get a top 3 come the end of the race when we hit the checkered flag. And Will Murphy and Lewis Islin, gap now 3/10. As now Anthony Parfitt looking up the inside of Alexander Kurdikov. But Kurdikov still keeping ahead for the moment. Levi Markety is starting to close in on them as well. Luca Holmes-Black battling away with Leo Anya. Harley Musk in 10th place. Oliver Warner and Kai Clark. Looks like Kai Clark might have made the move and got past for 11th position. But Will Murphy still leading the way. Run into the last 60 seconds or so of this race. And sideways from Anthony Parfitt in the number 47 coming out of the second part of pylon and into the complex. Still keeps it ahead of Finley Lines as Levi Markety is closing in on them hand over fist. So this is fast going to become a 5-way scrap for third position as up the inside on Mayan Patel tries to go Alexander Kurdikov, and there goes Anthony Parfitt. Will the 47 make it through on the number 11? Going through into Reg's elbow, Kurdikov stays ahead, and Finley Lines nearly had an opportunity presented to him on a silver platter. And now Levi Markety has joined them. So the timer is about to tick away to 0. The way things stand, Will Murphy looking to win the first heat out of 2. As, again, a little bit sideways for Anthony Parfitt. But we're going to go on to the final lap. It has been fast and frantic here in Honda Cadet as always. So I would imagine that the last lap board is out. And the gap between Will Murphy and Lewis Islin now has been stretched to nearly 0.7 of a second as Levi Markety hot on the heels of Finley Lines in 6th position. And the important thing about the London Cup is that it's not about what you do in the heats, it's about what happens in the final, because that is what counts. As Levi Markety was looking up the inside of Finley Lines, and Finley Lines managed to scarper away. The leaders now making their way through the final corner, and Will Murphy, the number 4 from Ambition Motorsport, will finish ahead of Lewis Islin, the number 6 from Synergy, to take the checkered. Mayan Patel holds on for third ahead of Alexander Kurdikov, Anthony Parfitt, Finley Lines and Levi Markety running at the top 7. Leo Anya finished behind Luca Holmes-Black in the number 28. Kai Clark recovered up to 10th. Bit of a disappointing drive from the youngster, obviously with what happened very early on. The number 67 recovered to as high as 10th position. Harley Musk would place ahead of Oliver Warner at the checkered, ahead of Max Wheatley, and Ashley Haas did a really good job up the order to 14th, ahead of Jensen Walker, who completed the top 15. 17th, it's Oliver Spencer, Connor J. Winfield in 18th, Kean Sullivan in 19th, Sam Howell in 20th, ahead of Nicola Pozzi. Ralphie Granger, unfortunately, retiring on lap 3, John Richardson lap 2, and Teddy Cooper retiring on the opening lap. But Will Murphy is the first driver to take a victory in Honda Cadet, with Lewis Islin very much in close competition. So front fairings being checked on the karts. So we're running to current Rye House IKR regulations. So as the drivers from Honda Cadet make their way into scrutineering and Parc Fermé, we then head to our next heat before the official Remembrance Sunday 2 moments of silence Junior Rotax. So the Rotax Raw is back again, as always, here at Rye House. And after qualifying yesterday, Ronnie Smith took pole position in the number 96. Daniels Kuharenox in the number 73. Not that far adrift. It was less than 10th between them after the qualifying session yesterday afternoon. Rory Burke in the number 98 will be joined by Ollie Ward in the 137 alongside. Ryan McAuliffe in the number 71 and Alec Vilke in the 22 complete the top six positions. Row 4, it's Freddie Ingram in the 76, and then Liam Phillips in the 33, with Christopher Harris in the number 9. Ben Hawker in the number 21, rounding out the top 10. Simon Parfitt was actually excluded post-qualifying yesterday afternoon. So, with all Rotax classes, it will be a side-by-side, dual-line, rolling start formation. I've commentated over a lot of Rotax over the last 5 years, including here at Rye House and over in continental Europe. And good to see some congratulations coming in from Hugh Roche to Will Murphy, also Josh Graham. I know, Josh, you're running in Minimax now these days after what's been a very tumultuous battle, let's say, at the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships this year. So again, this will be 8 minutes plus an additional lap. And good to see Luke Ford Racing on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much for everyone joining us here. So they do a sighting and a formation lap. It's a rather short lap here, especially when you look at the lap time set in qualification yesterday afternoon. So it will be down to Ronnie Smith and Rory Burke to control the rolling start. And once they do so, now you see the cone there, that is to ensure that the drivers may basically make sure they don't knock it over. And they have to stay in the tram lines. So the formation is starting to get underway. Now I do see that Christopher Harris is trying to sprint up towards the back of the grid as they come out of the final corner. Not too sure. Right, one more formation lap is being called because the rest of the drivers were not up to the back end of the grid. So it is as, oh, right. Alec Vilke is outside, well, nose end towards the barriers off of Stadium Bend. So the drivers at the front of the field will have to slow down and wait. Now the thing is, with Alec Vilke, that's a real shame for the 22 because they all went. Callum Maxwell rate, is the track wet? Yes, there was rainfall overnight. It is looking to evolve a little bit. I mean, we've still got cloud cover. Okay, they've just put the red flag out, so they're just making sure that... So there is being a discussion with one of the marshalling team here from Rye House Kart Raceway. Celebrating its 60th anniversary today. Well, this year, so congratulations. Established back in 1961. The London Cup has been in operation sporadically over the last 5.5 decades. Drivers that have actually competed, and I've managed to do some statistics actually. Okay, Junior Rotax previous champions. Okay, Mike Epps, former British Touring Car Championship racer, won this title and won it 2 years on the bounce as a junior, 2007 and 2008. He's won 4 London Cup titles through the research that I've been able to do since 2004. There are some sporadic gaps. Darrell Taylor was last year's champion. Mitchell Bayer actually won this title back in 2004. Michael Epps, along with Charlie Turner, if anyone knows that name from Senior Rotax, are 2 drivers that have successfully defended crowns. Charlie Turner actually, who won the 2018 British Super 1 Karting Championships title that year in 2018. He defended his title in 2015 and 2016. There's only one driver in London Cup history over the last few years, and that is Aston Wigley in 2016, won Honda Clubman and Honda Cadet, I think. In this case, right, let's see if we can get underway this time. Revs rise, are we ready? Junior Rotax is off and away as they hurtle their way through into Stadium Bend, and it looks like Rory Burke has got the lead. Someone's gone very, very wide. That was Liam Phillips through the mid part of Stadium Bend. As Rory Burke now into second position. First at the moment, it is Ronnie Smith in the number 96. As one driver's had to use the runoff area, and that was Liam Phillips. So Phillips having had 2 compromising situations in the first lap alone. Battle's happening a bit further up and down the order. Alec Vilker looks to be battling away with one of the other drivers as they are scrabbling for traction. Sideways for the number 76 of Freddie Ingram. So Ronnie Smith leads them across the line ahead of Rory Burke by just under 4 tenths. Ryan McAuliffe, Daniels Kuhur-Enox as the number 76 of Freddie Ingram trying to make a move up the inside of Christopher Harris in the number 9 for 7th position. Kelvin Woodhead says on YouTube, hour or so, the track will be dry. Well, that'll depend on the weather, how it permeates over the course of the day. So Ronnie Smith leading the way, Rory Burke in second. Looks like there's a cheer from Shack Attack 29 on YouTube for cheering on Daniels Kuhur-Enox, who is currently sitting in 4th position. Alec Vilker up into P5. Ollie Ward rounds out the top 6 ahead of Christopher Harris, Freddie Ingram, Ben Hawker, Liam Phillips and Simon Parfitt. The gap between Smith and Burke coming across the line last time around was nearly 4 tenths. Looks to be a little bit closer. I'd probably say that's about 2 tenths of a second, 0.217 to be precise. And heading into the infield hairpin, Rory Burke puts in the fastest lap of the race of 45.589. Freddie Ingram has been on the move in the meantime, jumping up from 8th to 6th place in the number 76, having got past Christopher Harris and Ollie Ward. And you can just see the amount of concentration and steering wheel correction from both Ronnie Smith and Rory Burke as they continue to battle their way across on the lead. As we're 2 minutes in, 6 to go, plus a lap, as Ronnie Smith looking left, looking right. Rory Burke goes 7/100ths quicker and puts in the fastest lap, 45.2 dead. As up the inside of Alec Vilker tries to go Freddie Ingram, and Ingram not actually able to get through. No, Vilker sideways coming out of the exit, and there goes Ingram up the inside through into the infield hairpin to now take 5th place. Ronnie Smith at the moment trying to do his level best. They're actually using the curbing sometimes here at Rye House. There is a little bit of an, well, what was it, 15 feet elevation. But the curbs do sometimes help at this track just to rotate the karts in as they go through the corner. As it is nip and tuck between the two, there's a little bit of a jostle a little bit further back to 37. 137 of Ollie Ward being pressurised by Simon Parfitt. Parfitt was looking up the inside, but Ward decided to floor the throttle around the outside of Stadium Bend and has stayed ahead at the minute. Christopher Harris in 9th place in the number 9, and then Ben Hawker and Liam Phillips rounding out the 11 so far. So we've got just over 4 minutes and 20 plus a lap to go. Smith and Burke still at each other's doors. And Smith is fractionally ahead. It was 0.2. Ryan McAuliffe is trying to close on in on them. It's now nearly 0.3 between Ronnie Smith and Rory Burke for the lead of the race. Ryan McAuliffe, Kuharenox sets a personal best. Ollie Ward trying to close in on Simon Parfitt as Ward has dropped down a little bit. As Burke getting... Oh, now Ronnie Smith has just been given the mechanical flag. So Ronnie Smith is going to be out of the race whilst leading it. So obviously race control have picked up something. So Ronnie Smith will see, and he's now gone, he's just gesticulated and realises that he's got to bring that kart in. Yeah, a big thank you to James, our broadcast producer here from Alpha Live. It looks like the radiator might be loose. Yes, it is. It's actually nigh on in his lap. So, and that should, yeah, that radiator is looking very loose. That's actually on the right-hand side of the engine. It's bobbing up and down. It's actually moving. So Ronnie Smith has got to park it, and he's pulled it in. And that is why he was given the mechanical black flag. So that could have been very difficult, because the minute that radiator comes away, and now Ronnie Smith has got a big mountain to climb in the next heat later on here today. So Rory Burke now has a nigh on 4-second advantage over Ryan McAuliffe. Daniels Kuharenox now up into P3. Freddie Ingram and Simon Parfitt, they round out the top 5. So Ronnie Smith from ASR, run by Adam Sadler, who is also himself a previous champion of the Rye House London Cup. Funnily enough, 2017, Rotax 177. And this weekend, he's dusted off the race overalls after 2.5 years away and had an issue with the chain snap at qualifying due to a crack in the chassis. We're into the last minute and 3/4, so we were denied, due to the radiator flapping loose on Ronnie Smith's kart, of a great battle between him and Rory Burke over the course of this race. So we're down to 10 drivers, 90 seconds on the clock remains, plus an additional lap. So 1.25 still to go. There is the number 9 of Christopher Harris, rounding out the top 7 positions. A bit further away from Ollie Ward than the number 9 would like. But as I said earlier, this is a one-off event. The progress you make through the heats determines your grid position for the final. And the final is where it all comes down to one race, one title, one champion. As the 22 of Alec Vilker, who has dropped down the order, now challenging Ben Hawker for 8th place. Hawker running in the number 21. Alec Vilker looking up the inside through the infield hairpin. Is he going to make the move? Nice switchback from Hawker to get back past the number 22. As we're into the last less than a minute left. So Rory Burke leads the way by just over 5 seconds from Ryan McAuliffe. Daniels Kuharenox, Freddie Ingram, Simon Parfitt. They ran out the top 5 as the timer now, as dramas for the number 33, Liam Phillips, now will sit at the sidelines as unfortunately the timer has hit 0. Alec Velka looks to have gotten past Ben Hawker. And Rory Burke not too far away. And there he is, going through stadium. One wheel up in the air, the right rear. Up in the air, so good drive from Rory Burke, putting the pressure on Ronnie Smith, but Ronnie Smith not having the opportunity to respond in kind because of a loose radiator on the right-hand side of the kart. So Ronnie Smith onto the back straightaway, heading into pylon. 12 laps will be completed at the end of this adventure. And through the S's, now into the right-hander here at paddock. And Ronnie Smith powers out of the final corner and gets across the line, takes the checkered flag, takes the victory in Heat 1. Ryan McAuliffe will come across the line in the number 71. Finishes second. Kuharanox and Ingram round out the top 4 positions ahead of Simon Parfitt in the 87. Ollie Ward calmly comes across the line in 6th place. Christopher Harris will finish in 7th in the number 9. As Alec Velka having to deal with a bit of oversteer from the back end of the kart. Finishes in 8th ahead of Ben Hawker. And unfortunately, retirements from both Liam Phillips and Ronnie Smith at the end of the race. Oh, I spy with my little eye someone looking in as the junior Rotax drivers go in. Will Murphy is sitting by the tyres off of the S's. And some of the crew from Ambition Motorsport. So a big thank you to everyone watching the official Alpha Live YouTube channel. Don't forget, please like, share and subscribe as much as you can. Get your friends, family to do so. Get them to watch along. Bring your comments in over the course of the day. A big thank you to Create Gym, to creategym.co.uk once again for being the title sponsor of this event here in 2021. So don't forget, you can go to their website, creategym.co.uk, so that's CRE8gym.co.uk. If you do join, they have an offer on their website. Go to it. You can join today, use all the facilities in 2021 for free, nothing to pay, not even a monthly subscription until the 1st of January 2022 if you use the promo code Buy Now Pay 2022. So, just having a quick look through the comments. Hugh Roche is typing away like a good one whenever the Honda cadets go out. Good to see that we got Jan Echterman. Good morning. Actually, it's Germany, so it's nearly good afternoon. Well, it is good afternoon because it's coming up to 5 to 12 Central European time. So again, front fairings are being checked. With the number 21 of Ben Hawker, the last of the 9 drivers to finish the race. And so Ronnie Smith was in the pits after 6 laps, Liam Phillips after 8, being sat by the sidelines. And in about 5 minutes' time, we are going to, it is Remembrance Sunday, of course, we will be holding a 2-minute silence for those that have fought for our freedoms in previous encounters across the globe in bad times. And realistically, family from my side, my brother-in-law happens to be ex-paramilitary. My grandmother and my grandfather, well, my grandmother was a Wren. My grandfather on my mum's side was stationed with the army out in Kenya, amongst other tours that he did. And I have friends that have lived in military circles and now work in civilian, ways of life. And it just goes to show that without those people that sacrifice so much, that put their lives on the line at times of need, times of great resilience, it just goes to show that with the lives that we lead today, and I know for a fact that I speak probably for quite a few of my friends and hopefully for a few people here, we're really pleased to be back here at Rye House for the 2021 London Cup. You know, the last 18 months has been difficult, to say the very, very least. But something like this, paying remembrance, paying our respects to those that have fought for our freedoms, really does say a lot about our resilience in this country. Just really, firstly, a big thank you for everyone tuning in on the live stream once again. Good to see Igor's Kuharenox on the YouTube chat as well. That's where it's all coming through on the feed that I've got here in the commentary box. For those wondering about the timetable for the rest of the day, for those watching at home, you'll probably see in the description. If not, I'll tell you that we'll be hosting the Remembrance Silence in about a couple of minutes' time, at bang on 11 o'clock. Then we'll have the last of our two first sets of heats, so Senior Rotax and 177. Then we'll have a 15-minute break. Then we'll go into the second set of heats before we have a 1-hour lunch break. And then our finals, all 10 minutes plus an additional lap, will start at about 2:15 this afternoon, give or take. Yeah, give or take, depending on obviously any delays or any stoppages. But Rye House has had quite a lot of illustrious company over the years. Bobby Thompson, Jessica Hawkins, amongst others, just like the amount of people. Louis Capitoli used to run under the name Louis Short. So Louis Capitoli, this year's 2021 Mini Challenge UK Cooper Trophy Rookie Champion, out celebrating last night at the evening dinner. Jolyon Palmer, Callum Ilott, who's just signed for IndyCar for 2022. Lewis Plato, who's been running in the support package for TOCA. Will Tregurtha, who's been running in the DTM Trophy this year. Bradley and Lewis Kent from TCR UK. Alexander Albon has actually won a London Cup title as a Honda Cadet a few years ago. And funnily enough, that was in 2007. Former previous champions of that, Daniel Ginchard. And one of the interesting things is that there is a father and son duo. You remember the fact that Graham Hill won the Formula One world title, and then we also had then his son Damon win the 1996 world title when Murray Walker uttered the words, I've got to stop right now because I've got a lump in my throat. Well, there is a father and son duo that have both each respectively picked up a London Cup title. And that is the Ginchard family. And one of which, Tom Ginchard, actually won that title back in 2009 as a Rotax 177. Daniel Ginchard, 9 years later, Honda Cadet. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few seconds' time, we'd like for everyone to remember those that shall never be forgotten for an official Remembrance Sunday, 2-minute silence. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not worry them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them, lest we forget. Thank you, everyone. Right, 2 more races to go until a 15-minute break. Oh, we're going to need that one because it's a busy, busy packed day here at the Rye House 2021 London Cup. Okay, qualifying yesterday saw a brilliant battle between the likes of Harvey Hollick and Hayden Cater, who line up on the front row, Hollick on pole. George Sanders was in that mix, as was Mark Sayers. They line up on row 2. Kyle Dunford and Jack Powell, they round out the top 3 rows. George Hunter in the 39 and Josh Evans in the 26, row 4. Ryan Mills in the 66 and the 49 of James Otto ran at the top 10 ahead of Aaron Norman, and Max Miners in the 14 in the 32. That's row number 6, and completing the order is the 33 of Chris Rance, the 87 of Martin Jackson, the 91 of Marcus Whitney, and the 85 of James Bark. Hopefully I'll have a guest joining me for some expert road tax analysis a little bit later on here today at the Rye House London Cup for 2021, brought to you in association with Create Gym. Right, let's see what happens. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are lights out and off and away. And who's going to get to the first corner first? It's going to be side by side between Hollick and Cater. And Cater going round the outside. Has he got the lead going into Regis? The 44 has done the job early. But Harvey Hollick, this year's Rye House IKR Senior Road Tax Champion, will be very much on his case as there's a battle royale happening behind. And Hollick on cue literally launched the 55 from Kart up the inside of the 44 from ASR's Hayden Cater, and they were side by side coming out of the outfield hairpin. So as they make their way through into the S's, bit of side-by-side action. But Hayden Cater leads the way after lap 1. Harvey Hollick has just got a slap on the wrist, a contact warning for the 55, as it is side-by-side between George Hunter and that is Josh Evans. Evans run wide a little bit. He's trying to get through on the inside. They've got the 66 of Ryan Mills. Had a quick catch-up with Kyle Dunford this morning, the number 67. He said, oh, it's going to be an interesting day, isn't it? Depends on what the weather happens, I said, as the 51 absolutely launching it. That was George Sanders on the inside. That was on the outside, I think, of George Hunter, as it's 3 abreast a bit further back. As they make their way through, still side by side between Sanders and Mills. Or was that Evans in the 26? But Hayden Cater leading the way by about a quarter of a second ahead of Harvey Hollick. And when I spoke with Hayden Cater yesterday morning when the drivers were signing in, he said, yeah, I've decided to come here and just just go racing. Okay, that's exactly what he's doing right now, and Harvey Hollick has got to pick up the pace and push the tempo, so to speak. And there is Harvey Hollick, right up close and personal with Hayden Cater. So these are the two that are battling away. Coming out of the final corner known as Paddock. Cater looks over his right shoulder, sees where Hollick is, as side by side between Dunford and Powell. Dunford slots in behind the number 28 going through into Stadium Bend. But Harvey Hollick has set the fastest lap of anybody. 43.919 from the 55 from Kart as he is putting the pressure on. Hayden Cater looks to be a move from Kyle Dunford up the inside of Jack Powell, and Dunford has got through. Just behind the number 17 of Mark Sayers and the number 39 of George Sanders. They round out the top 6 positions. So George Hunter ahead of George Sanders in the number 51. But still at the front of the field, Hollick chasing down Cater for the lead. We're 3 minutes in, 5 to go plus a lap. Dunford sets a personal best, and it was just under 2.5 tenths of a second. between Cater and Hollick. Hollick still giving chase. And behind Jack Powell in the 28, you've got Mark Sayers, George Hunter, as the change for the lead has happened. And the switchback has been affected by Hayden Cater, so he retakes the lead going onto the back straight away. 4.5 minutes. They both bump really aggressively over the curbs going into pylon. And here goes the opportunity that he might need as Harvey Hollick gets squeezed going through into the S's. And Hayden Cater still manages to stay in front at the minute. So it's still nip and tuck between these two. It was a little bit less than 2.5 tenths of a second last time. It was 76 thousandths as Hollick looking one way, then the other. Dunford has dropped Powell in the meantime. Sayers, Sanders and Hunter still battling away. Hunter is, well, Sanders is basically Piggy in the middle. Max Miners in 12th place has put in a personal best, but fastest lap of the race on lap 3 by Harvey Hollick. As George Sanders looking to be very advantageous there going through. And that was a nice little move around the outside going through into the approach into pylon on Mark Sayers. And now is just signalled to them saying, right, let's go chasing those in front, shall we? So Sanders will lead the trio at hand. James Otto at the back end of it. But if George Sanders uses a racing line like that, as Harvey Hollick is now a bit further ahead now of Hayden Cater, so the lead has changed once again. 3 minutes and 10 plus an additional lap. The gap was 0.64 last time after 6 laps. And again, just how hard they're bumping over those curves at pylon. One of the big things about karting, and especially in such a... one of the biggest things is you've got to have mechanical sympathy in your mind. They're going to push. I mean, which driver worth their salt isn't going to push? As look at the amount of turn-in, the understeer that was being showcased by Carl Dunford going through into Stadium Bend, like literally turning in and just waiting, and then the cart would bite and then rotate him through the corner. But Harvey Hollick has now got a 1.1 second lead over Hayden Cater, as we've got just under 2.5 minutes left to go. So all 15 runners and riders still circulating around this 950-metre circuit, established back in 1961. Charles Sarchi, funny enough, was very much a part of helping to bring back the London Cup to life and actually helped to put some financial backing and some significant promotion of the event. I still remember there's an interesting video on the Rye House YouTube channel. I think it was Steve Perry, if people might remember that name from TV broadcasting back in the day. So George Hunter trying to go up the inside of Mark Sayers. Nearly ends up in the side pod. Flattens the throttle, and the back end is just getting ultra tail happy coming through the outfield hairpin, put the cart sideways, and he still kept it in front. And Harvey Hollick, now starting to push his own air, is getting quicker. 43.459 is the fastest lap of the race by Hollick on the completion of lap number 9. So George Hunter has managed, well, George Sanders has basically gone barreling away into the distance, trying to chase down Jack Powell in the 28, and has left both George Hunter and Mark Sayers in the process standing. So they've had their own inter-rivalry contretemps, so to speak, through the outfield hairpin, as we're into the last 45 seconds of this race, plus an additional lap. And Harvey Hollick has crossed the line. We're into double digits as he's making his way through Stadium Bend, as is Hayden Cater. The gap last time around was just under 1.6 seconds. As Hayden Cater has put in a personal best of a 43.359 second lap time. So we're heading into the last 15 or so seconds. As the number 66 of Ryan Mills closing in on Josh Evans in the 26 now. This is the battle for P9. And a little bit wide coming out of the infield hairpin as the last lap ball is out for Harvey Hollick, who has nearly a 1.4 second advantage. Could this be the move that Ryan Mills needs? No, Josh Evans shuts the door. And they're still going to continue things. Chris Rance, unfortunately, out of the race. The number 33 was running 14th. As the remainder of the drivers make their way onto the final lap. Lap number, what's going to be, I think, lap number 12. As Harvey Hollick is already making his way through into the S's. And round through paddock comes the number 55. And he's going to take the checkered flag. A great initial dice between him and Hayden Cater. As the gap between them 1.318 seconds at the conclusion of 12 laps of racing. Kyle Dunford manages to get ahead of Jack Powell and managed to get away to the tune of about 5.1 seconds as there's a battle royale coming through across the line. And that's going to be Josh Evans that pips Ryan Mills, James Bark and Aaron Norman. But Harvey Hollick wins that heat after an initial scrap with Hayden Cater, with the pair swapping positions. And Cater finishing 1.3 seconds behind. Kyle Dunford in third, Jack Powell in fourth with George Sanders, Mark Sayers, James Otto, Josh Evans, and Ryan Mills rounding out the top 10, covered by 22.7 seconds at the end of that, as they make their way into scrutineering and Parc Fermé. James Bark, Aaron Norman, Max Miners and Martin Jackson, the last of the 14 drivers that finished the race. And unfortunately, with 2 laps to go, Chris Rance was out of it in the number 33. So before our 15-minute break, we will have our last of our first set of heats. Up next is 177 Rotax. So, previous champions for this, Tom Ginchard I mentioned earlier on, Adam Sadler returning. But let's have a look at, so with regards to the grid itself, I do remember that Joe Hunt was the man that put it on pole position yesterday afternoon. And was very happy, very chipper when I spoke to him this morning about it. So they are being set on their way out, and the grid, from what I see on the grids from yesterday, Joe Hunt will be on pole position ahead of Tom Thompson. That's the 66 and the 32. Aaron Timberlake and Scott Sumpton round out the top 4 positions, and it was very close between the top 3. Probably the best part of just under a 10th. Jason Tingle and Joshua Townsend, 65 and 11. That is row number 3, ahead of Peter Dell and Tyler Cox in the 89 and the 36. Richard Allison starts in 9th place ahead of Vince Bryant, who rounds out the top 10 in the 51. Adam Sadler, no time due to a chassis break that then, a chassis crack that then caused the chain to fail. He starts from 11, and John Cornell, post-qualifying, was excluded and would have been in 4th place, as the 51 has just had a moment. That's Vince Bryant, as has the 72 of Richard Allison. So they're going to have to bring them around for another formation lap. So after that, those couple of moments going through the exit of the S's, so Joe Hunt and Tom Thompson will be the drivers controlling the pace. 6 rows, 12 drivers, 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Make their way out of paddock. The revs rise. Are we ready? We are. Lights out and off and away. And Joe Hunt is looking over to his left already, just to see where Tom Thompson is. And Joe Hunt is hopefully going to try and keep the lead, as there's quite a few positional changes. And we've had a drama for the 65. That's Jason Tingle, who was in 5th position when they went lights out and racing. But Joe Hunt has already put the pedal to the metal, so to speak, and has managed to get away from those behind. And it's Aaron Timberlake in the 42 that rounds out the top 2. Tom Thompson now in 3rd place, ahead of the number 29. 29 of Scott Sumpton. Then John Cornell has made some moves up the order. Adam Sadler very much getting his elbows out. I did have a laugh with Joe Hunt about that this morning as they make their way through Stadium Bend. So Joe Hunt's lead after the first lap is just over 8.5 tenths. But it looks like Aaron Timberlake and Tom Thompson are trying to close in. But Joe Hunt, in terms of stature, looks over his right shoulder and sees where Aaron Timberlake and Tom Thompson are in terms of proximity. As Adam Sadler has made his way up into 6th position from the back end of the grid, as I think that was probably Tyler Cox that might have been looking up the inside. But Adam Sadler, we know he's a good peddler here at Rye House, and up the inside he goes. And a little bit of wheel banging sidewalls between him and John Cornell. Hopefully that doesn't open any wounds there, I'm afraid, gents. But Adam Sadler, I gave him a challenge this weekend. I did the 67. I said, go out there and give Joe Hunt something to think about. Well, he's not that far away from doing it, and we're only less than 2 minutes into the race, and Joe Hunt is already coming under the kibosh, courtesy of Aaron Timberlake. Aaron Timberlake, well known in the Rye House IKR Championship, and he's put in the fastest lap of the race, 44.296 seconds. We're 2 minutes in, 6 to go. And Tom Thompson just waiting in the wings. He's got the ringside seat. Adam Sadler now starting to pick up the pace, 43.990 from him. Aaron Timberlake again sets the fastest lap of the race, and he's into the 43.7s as Joe Hunt's kart trying to snap to the left-hand side, under braking into the infield hairpin, but he's got the presence of mind, but the understeer's not helping going through the outfield hairpin, as Timberlake is quickly chasing him down, as is Thompson, Sadler and Cornell. So the top 5 covered by 2.5 seconds. It looks like it's going to be even closer than that after the conclusion of the 4th lap of racing. Adam Sadler using bags full of experience. As Hunt coming under fire from Timberlake, going through into Stadium Bend once more. And Joe Hunt now retakes the fastest lap of the race, 43.506. And then it instantly goes to John Cornell, who goes 4 1,000ths of a second faster, and John Cornell is currently in 5th place. Now it's a 3-way scrap for the lead. Hunt versus Timberlake and Thompson. Keep your eyes on Sadler and Cornell, because they are trying to close them down. And Adam Sadler really does need to pick up the pace. He needs to push the tempo a little bit right now, because he is 2.179 seconds behind Joe Hunt. There's some very differing lines going through the S's. Hunt, Timberlake and Thompson still running, and it was 0.071 between the top 2. That was the margin, the differential. Adam Sadler, he must be hearing me right now, because he's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 42.991, and now he's going to be joining the party within 4 minutes. And I'm not at all surprised. I'm actually really looking forward to this. The team boss of ASR versus his Rotax 177 Talisman, let's say. So Hunt versus Sadler. As they literally hurtle their way along the start-finish straight across the line. And Joe Hunt is also just trying to pick up the pace, and I think he's responded. He's gone nearly half a tenth quicker than Adam Sadler on that last lap. So on to lap number 7. And Sadler has now got to pick his way past Thompson and Timberlake. And there is a distinct dry line showing at the circuit. However, I would say if you're a brave man if you've gone onto slicks, and the pace might be reflective of that. So 3 minutes to go, and Aaron Timberlake has just put in a 42.519. Joe Hunt again under brakes. I think it's just probably the way that it complements his driving style. The back end snaps to the left. And then he makes it stick, he makes it work, and as Adam Sadler around the outside of Tom Thompson has got through for third place, going through down the back straightaway and into pylon. So through into the S's, through into paddock. So it's Hunt from Timberlake, Sadler, Thompson. Cornell rounds out the top 5. And the top 4 covered by 1.834 seconds. Peter Dell, in the meantime, has managed to get past the likes of Jason Tingle and Joshua Townsend. So the 89 up from 10th to 8th place. And now Sadler just biding his time. As they come through the complex Nouvelles, as one of the drivers sitting by the sidelines looks to be Vince Bryant, possibly. So the yellow flag's out at pylon. Timberlake looks over his right shoulder to see there Adam Sadler. And Joe Hunt already into the 42.2, so the track is evolving significantly. But it's not at that crossover point, as now Adam Sadler up the inside of Aaron Timberlake. Timberlake tries to get the switch back. Sadler puts the power down. Vince Bryant gets a warning from race control. As Sadler now completes the overtake. Took a few corners to do, coming out of the outfield hairpin through into pylon and then out of the complex Nouvelles. And now he's got about a minute plus 1 lap to try and see if he can close in on Joe Hunt, but there's a little bit of a shake of the head there. Not 100% sure why. I might find out a bit later when I might have a little bit of a chat with him. But we're into the last 20 seconds, plus an additional lap of this race. Sadler now having to fight. I think he's just decided, well, I've got myself up into as high a position as I can. I'm going to keep it here and then see what happens in Heat 2. So Joe Hunt will be on the penultimate lap. Tom Thompson has been the driver to go into the 41s, 41.665, or 685 from the 32, who's running in 4th place. Next time round, the last lap board will be out for Joe Hunt. It's all very, very sideways there from Scott Sumpton. Coming out of the outfield hairpin, the left rear nearly glanced the tyre barriers coming out of the corner as he put the power down. Last lap board will now be out for Joe Hunt. Adam Sadler about 2.5 seconds behind. As Joe Hunt once again makes his way through the infield, now into the outfield hairpin. So he's just got a handful of corners to go. Through into pylon, now into the complex Nouvelles, and then into the S's. One more corner, and out of it powers Joe Hunt, the number 67 from ASR. And he takes the checkered and wins Heat 1. Adam Sadler makes it an ASR 1-2. A little bit of a shake of the head, probably a little bit of disappointment there. But nevertheless, still from the back end of the grid, finishing in 2nd place ahead of Aaron Timberlake, who started in P3, finished in P3. Tom Thompson started on the front row alongside Joe Hunt, finishes in 4th. Good work by John Cornell, started 12th and finished in 5th place at the end. Scott Sumpton finished on the outside, or started on the outside of row number 2 in 4th place and finishes in 6th ahead of Joshua Townsend, Peter Dell, Tyler Cox, Jason Tingle, Richard Allison And Vince Bryant is the last driver to have crossed the line, but Joe Hunt picks up the victory by 3.5 seconds from Adam Sadler, making it an ASR 1-2. So it's going to be a brief intermission for about 15 minutes for the racers, because this is a very, very compact timetable over the course of the day. So in about 3 minutes, well, at about 11:45, we're going to kick-start things off with Heat 2 for all classes. Then we'll have a lunch break, and then we'll have the finals. And the finals will decide our 2021 London Cup champions here at Rye House Kart Raceway, the place that has been given the moniker by one David Coulthard as the Silverstone of karting. Very interesting, when I spoke with one of the owners the other day, said that when David Coulthard and Lewis Hamilton came here in 2014, and it was the second season when Lewis was with Mercedes, David Coulthard asked, why is there no longer a lake on the inside of the first corner? What they've done is, since then, they put a lot of gravel and other bits and pieces to permeate all the water to go down. Because David Coulthard, one particular time going through Stadium Bend, decided to use the inside grass line, and he nearly ended up in the drink. Well done, DC. So the racing will recommence at 11:45 this morning. Welcome back to the 2021 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with creategym.co.uk. So we've got our second batch of races, and it's now Bambino Coma Heat A2. The grid will be as they were earlier on. Well, it's actually based on the points gathered over the course of the race day. Jensen Sale took a maximum score of 50 points with the win earlier on in the first heat. Adam Haludi will line up alongside on the front row in the 29. And also Sophie Morris and Albie Smith in the 0 and the 99. That's row 2. Rex Pooley in the 31 and Oscar Kenny in the 48. That is row number 3. Matthew Lilly in the 28 and Aurora Joel in the 36. That is row 4. Charlie Page in the 3. Jensen Fathers in the 20. And Brady Atkin McDonald in the 33 completes the 11-strong grid. So the drivers making their way through on this formation lap. Again, just a reminder for those watching at home, if you haven't already, don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Fast approaching 20,000 subscribers so far. Thank you very much for all of you joining us here on live race day coverage. So they're just getting the grid into formation. So after this, the points gained will then put them into the respective finals. So an A and a B final for Bambino Coma. As it's Sale and Haludi on the front row. Grid is cleared. Thumbs up given at the back of the grid. And the revs build. Are we ready? We are lights out and off and away, in a slow start from Adam Haludi. And that has allowed Aurora Joel has had an absolutely brilliant start, and she's gone along with Sophie Morris. And Morris slots into second position, having started P3 on the grid. Aurora Joel jumped all the way from 8th to 3rd. A brilliant start from the 36 as a move up the inside from the number 29. That's Adam Haludi on Rex Pooley in the number 31. As, oh, it's getting rather interesting at the front, isn't it? Because Sophie Morris is with Jensen Sale in the GP plate. So Jensen Sale not flying away into the distance as we saw in the first race. We won ahead of Adam Haludi, but Sophie Morris giving chase, as is Aurora Joel. So Jensen Sale leads them across the line after one lap. Sophie Morris in second, Aurora Joel in third. Rex Pooley rounds out the top 4 ahead of, I think, Adam Haludi. Albie Smith, as there's been a drama, and Aurora Joel, I spotted, the 36, had a moment going through Stadium. And looks like she has dropped down the order a little bit. That's a real shame. After what was a brilliant start, she absolutely mashed the throttle, capitalised on everyone else's slow starts in front, and now she's going toe-to-toe with Matthew Lilly. But in the meantime, Jensen Sale still leading. Sophie Morris in the O-plate. Is giving chase, so just under 6.5 minutes to go. Battle for third place. Third place is between Rex Pooley and Adam Haludi. Albie Smith could very shortly be joining that battle, and there is the number 99 just behind them. Charlie Page now looks to be up in what is 6th position. Aurora Joel looks to have covered to 8th place at the moment, so Charlie Page having a better run this time around. As all up the inside, Adam Haludi, that was a bit overzealous there for the 29. And that then meant that Rex Pooley managed to keep ahead. Adam Haludi has gone through. Charlie Page is now closing down. And for that, Adam Haludi gets a contact warning. It was a bit too close for comfort, and in the eyes of race control, they felt to give the warning appropriate. So top 2 last time around were covered by less than 1.2 seconds as they have crossed the line. And Sophie Morris is on an absolute flyer. The O-Plate has put in the fastest lap of the race, 53.201, dropped the gap by half, well, halved the gap in one lap alone as Jensen Sale goes wide, coming through the infield hairpin. Sophie Morris right on the back bumper, looks to the inside on the infield hairpin. The pair are side by side. Sophie Morris trying to pull alongside Jensen Sale, and Jensen Sale says no thank you. And manages to stay ahead at the moment. But Sophie Morris, quite clearly, she's got the bit between her teeth and is keeping Sale very, very honest indeed. As the two leaders make their way down through. All dramas for Matthew Lilly, and that is on the exit of the infield hairpin. As the two leaders make their way through Stadium Bend, now into the left-hander known as Reggie's Elbow. Normally there's a lot of standing water on the outskirts of that. I have seen people compare that to the 3,000-metre steeplechase. As Sophie Morris again trying to line up an attack on Jensen Sale, takes a tighter line through the infield hairpin. Sale runs wide, uses the power coming out of the corner. And Sale is doing a great job of defending from Sophie Morris, who is not giving up, not giving in. So the gap was just over half a second at the end of 4 laps. They come across the line to complete lap number 5, and it's just over 5.5 tenths. And I know that Sophie's dad, who's currently in Brazil at the moment, on work, had the live timing up. I had a chat with Sophie's mum this morning, and they were all cheering her on during time qualifying, as Matthew Lilly has unfortunately got a mechanical black flag, and the 28 will have to park the kart with 3.5 minutes to go. A real shame for Matthew Lilly. The gap has not extended any further than 0.6 of a second between the top two, but Morris is rather closing in very rapidly indeed as they make their way out of paddock. And Jensen Sale and Sophie Morris have been swapping fastest laps of the race. So we've got just under 2.5 minutes to go, and the battle remains unabated. It is waging on, fire and brimstone, as they say. As Sophie Morris looks to the inside, this could be the move she needs. As Sale runs wide, Morris gets the lead with 2.25 minutes to go. And Sale's right on the back bumper, going through into pylon, but a great move, a great opportunistic overtake up the inside of the infield hairpin from Sophie Morris on Jensen Sale. And we still have 2 minutes plus an additional lap to go. And now I see why Matthew Lilly was called in for a mechanical black flag, because the rear bumper is adrift on the right-hand side and it's dragging on the ground. But Sophie Morris being chased down by Jensen Sale, who looks towards the inside, has a brief look, but can't get through at that particular moment. Just under 1.5 minutes still to go, as Sophie Morris takes the tight line going through the outfield hairpin onto the back straightaway. It's been a great duel between these two. Jensen Sale had a pretty convincing first heat victory earlier on today, and Sophie Morris has basically said, you think you might be going for the London Cup this year? You're not the only one, as they've got a back marker just up ahead. That is Jensen Father's. Blue flags being waved, and that has meant that Jensen Sale has got round the outside of Sophie Morris to retake the lead on lap number 8. The gap was 0.2 between the pair, with Morris being just ahead in the lead, but now Sale has got that lead back. And a little bit more of a tighter line taken by Jensen Sale. So you learn from your mistakes, and Sophie Morris was quick to capitalise previously, but Jensen Sale thought, well, hang on, that move might be coming, and it did transpire that way. And Jensen Sale has Sophie Morris right behind. They are trying to go across the line with a matter of seconds remaining on the clock. They make it through with 3 on the clock to spare, but the last lap board has actually come out. So if it's within 5 seconds of the timer hitting 0, it's down to the discretion of the organisers and race control to keep an eye on the timing. So Sophie Morris has got 1 chance. And going through into the infield hairpin, Jensen Sale has got Sophie Morris closing in rapidly. And Sophie Morris, if she's got a line-up attack, she's got to do it now, going through into pylon. Sale does not run wide that badly and carries the momentum through into the S's. 1 more corner remains, and it's going to be more than likely a drag race to the finish. But Jensen Sale looks like it's going to be 2 for 2 for the GP plate. He defends and keeps ahead of Sophie Morris. What a duel between the two. And I think that's going to be thousandths of a second separating them. Well, it was actually 2/10 at the checkered. Jensen Fathers will cross the line and finish in 10th place. Really good to see the younger drivers that aren't competing at the front end of the field just having a bit of jubilation, just saying, yes, I've got to the end. Brilliant, like, irrespective of what the result is. Rex Pooley will be in 3rd, Adam Haludi in 4th place, and bit of sportsmanship there. Good to see that between these drivers. You know, they're very, very steely competitors, but also off of the track, if they interact, they're good friends. Rex Pooley ends up 3rd. Adam Haludi, who started on the front row, finished in 4th ahead of Albie Smith. Aurora Joel recovered after that lightning start that put a P3. Finished in 6th position. Oscar Kenny in 7th. Charlie Page in 8th. Brady Atkin McDonald rounds out the top 9 as Jensen Fathers, a few others make their way through. Matthew Lilly, unfortunately, retiring due to a mechanical black flag on lap number 5, and there is the 28 being wheeled into the pre-grid. So next up, we've got our second heat for Ayami Bambino. So here's your grid. Josh Cook will be at the front of the grid. And based on previous lap time, so that would have been a fastest lap side of things, Josh Cook starts from pole position ahead of Darren Dimitrov in the 65. Then it's Charlie Clough in the number 51 that will have Elliot Travis alongside, with Ronnie Carter and Ethan Copeland, rounding out the 6-strong grid. Right, so the Ayami engines are getting ready. Good to see some more people involved in the chat. Seshti is saying, good luck Boxo Junior Race Team. That's Josh, Elliot and Charlie. So they make their way out onto the formation lap. So Bambino, Coma, Ayami and Honda Cadet will be standing start. Rotax classes, I will have a very, very good friend in the commentary box for the Senior Rotax and Rotax 177 heat, second heat and the final a little bit later on. So that person is actually here, caught up with him and roped him in. And you'll find out who that is. You'll actually know who that man is. So looking forward to actually having a bit of company in the commentary box. Oh, there we go. That's a pickup from the broadcast director, Mr. James Fitchew. Adam from the team at Alpha Live. You're on candid camera, my friend. It's all a lot of banter when we do these live streams. I've worked with Alpha Live for quite a few years. I've known James and Luke quite a while, and every time there's something hilarious that happens. And there's a big smile, cheeky grin on James Fitchew's face right about now. Okay, so they're going to get the engines started up when they're given the signal. So there we go. Last bit of advice and encouragement. Grid is being cleared. So Ayami Bambino, they are off and underway. And Josh Cook gets a brilliant start. So does Charlie Clough from P3. But then Elliot Travis from 4th to 2nd. Danin Dimitrov is now currently sitting in 5th position as Ronnie Carter goes towards the outside of him and out-drags the 65 into the infield hairpin. First met Ronnie Carter with the Bambino Kart Club back in 2017, and he still is competing in this day and age as a Bambino, but really good to see him and Father Dale here this weekend. I know that Ronnie's been a bit under the weather, but he's still getting out there and he's still getting stuck in. So, driver's about to complete lap number 1. Josh Cook leads the way. Then it is Elliot Travis and then Charlie Clough rounding out the top 3. Ronnie Carter 4th ahead of Ethan Copeland, who has got Danin Dimitrov just behind for close company. And the gap between the top 4 is about 5 seconds. So Ronnie Carter's got about 3 seconds to find on Charlie Clough in the meantime. But Danin Dimitrov looking to get past the 43. No dice there at the moment, but Copeland runs wide. And Dimitrov gets through. So Dimitrov showed good pace in there in the first heat. So Dimitrov could close in. There's still 6 minutes and 40 still to go. And as they say in karting, never say never. There's always that unpredictability factor. You never know what's going to happen. So 6.5 minutes to go. All 6 drivers still circulating around this 950-metre circuit. As Josh Cook throws the kart in. Oh, bumps over the curbs through the infield hairpin and puts him on the runoff area. Narrowly avoids the tyre barriers. Let's have a look at the replay here. So going through. Now this is going to be Josh Cook. Into the infield hairpin, bumps over the curbs, runs wide. Bang, the back axle goes up into the air. But nice save by Josh Cook. He didn't really gain an advantage. It was just, you know, sometimes when you go into that infield hairpin, there are sometimes when you overcommit, and sometimes you compensate. You basically compromise yourself. And Elliot Travis saw that happen right in front of him and has just gone, oh, that lead's just dropped. I'm going to go after him. Well, the gap was 1.785 seconds after 2 laps. That gap is less than probably 3/10 right now. But luckily enough, Josh Cook got away with that one. That could have been ended up so differently. But well held. 5 minutes and 13 still to go. Elliot Travis lost a little bit of momentum going through into pylon, which is a left and then it's a right into the Complex Nouvelle. Then you've got the S's. Now they're going through paddock, the final corner. So 8 turns around here, but still very fast, very flowing, very technical. But still, you've got to have a lot of momentum carry around this track. And so the gap at one point was nearly 1.8 seconds between Cook and Travis. It's now down to just over half a second, because on the previous lap, Elliot Travis took over 1.25 seconds out of Josh Cook. As we are now 3 minutes in, 5 to go. But Josh Cook still trying to pull away. It looks like he's done that a little bit, so the gap has increased between himself and Elliot Travis, and I think Josh Cook will not be throwing it into the infield hairpin like that again this weekend, because there's one more race and that's where it all counts. So less than 4 minutes to go, and there are Cook and Travis, 77 and 33, and the gap is about, well, it's 1.1 seconds between first and second position. So Josh Cook has put in the fastest lap of the race, 47.250, and 47.7 was the lap time from Elliot Travis on that last lap. Ronnie Carter is trying to close in on Charlie Clough for 3rd place, but the number 10 based out of Runcorn in Cheshire. Now, oh, I spy a little livery. Mark Baines Motorsport. People that have, funnily enough, one of his fellow drivers is here. Jensen Chalk is actually giving Ronnie a bit of driver coaching. Jensen Chalk just fresh from his adventures at the Rotax Max Euro Golden Trophy at Karting Genk, the home of champions in Belgium. Funny enough, I was at that same event and doing exactly what I'm doing now, commentating. They say that karting is a small world, and that very much proves it in spades, doesn't it? But it's always good to come back here to Rye House, a circuit I've commentated at since 2017. It's a privilege to be here back for the 2021 London Cup. Ronnie Carter making his way through into pylon. And the dry line is significant in comparison to what we had maybe 30 minutes ago. As there is Elliot Travis, he's dropping time, quite considerable time. He's running in the 48.4s. Josh Cook is running in the 47.5s. So Josh Cook, who's starting to scamper away into the distance, a bit like a scalded cat off a hot tin roof. But with that dry line, the pace is coming to the drivers. So I think that there could be a crossover point maybe by the time of the finals. But I would think if I was like maybe looking at junior Rotax, senior Rotax, Honda Cadets, could this be the opportunity where you decide to chance it and go on slicks? Now with the Bambinos, they have a particular type of tyres, normally Heidenau's, which is actually the parent company of Mojo. But Josh Cook just trying to do his level best. Elliot Travis is still trying to I mean, there was one window of opportunity, and when that back axle went up, when Josh Cook ran wide coming out of the infield hairpin, that, I think, probably meant that Josh Cook knew, well, I've got to hang on to this. I've got to make sure I get through that gap and I stay ahead. And that's exactly what has happened. And Elliot Travis has just dropped off a little bit in terms of the pace. So we're going to be into what I think is probably going to be this and maybe another 2 laps. So we're on lap number 9 of this race. And Josh Cook has probably got a gap of maybe the best part of 4.5 seconds ahead of Elliot Travis. So we're into the last 50 or so seconds, and Josh Cook continues on his merry way through the S's into the right-hander at paddock. It's been a pretty commanding performance after he had that, I would call a wobble, or maybe a bit of a bump, and then a reality check. So Travis is going to have to settle for second position. Ronnie Carter, in the meantime, has actually been catching on Charlie Clough in the meantime for P3. So I know that for a fact we are coming towards the conclusion of the race itself. So last lap board is out. And Josh Cook has got a gap of about 5.5 seconds as he makes his way through pylon into the S's and then into paddock for the final time. Ethan Copeland just up ahead. And it's going to be the checkered. Josh Cook in the 77 wins the second heat. And Elliot Travis not able to capitalise on the moment that Josh Cook had, as Charlie Clough will pip Ronnie Carter to third place at the end of the race itself. with Darren Dimitrov rounding out the top 5 and Ethan Copeland rounding out the 6-strong grid, a lap down off of the leaders. But Josh Cook, despite that wobble earlier on in the race, which was quite a hefty whack, and these karts are millimetres off the ground, but he still wins. That was by 6.427 seconds. So Josh Cook, I think, will be literally sitting on pole for the final a bit later on. And then next up, we have our next race, which will be Bambino Coma, Heat B2. I was kind of hoping that Finley was going to start waving for the camera there, but yeah, we got some sort of response. Let's have a look at the grid for Bambino Coma Heat B2, race 16. Harper Das in the 95 is on pole position, was really unchallenged. He is the defending Bambino Coma Rye House London Cup champion from last year. Marley Wardy is alongside on the front row in the number 11. Ellis Child in the 88 P3. Ahead of Cole Teal in the number 6, who starts 4th, with Bertie Cooper in the 17 and Leo Hunt rounding out the top 6 positions. 7th, it's Jensen Perel in the 63, Chester Fawkes in the 38, Mason Munster in the 27, and right, okay, that's where I've just seen Sasha Akulov is the driver that we actually missed from the first heat. So I'm wondering whether Sasha Akulov is actually competing. It looks like that might not be the case. So one of the, that's off the outside of the exit of Reg's elbow. Where it's just being swept away. All the pickup that can sometimes encroach onto the circuit. Good to see Ilyana Dimitrova giving her support for Darin Dimitrov in the previous race. At the moment, the 2 tour de forces in both groups for Bambino Coma. It's Jensen Sale, who got a wake-up call from Sophie Morris in the previous heat, Bambino Coma Heat A2. And we know that there is a poll on the Alpha Live YouTube channel at the moment. Reference, have you subscribed? And there are several answers, and it seems like the majority have said yes. But we're keeping our keen, well, James Fitzhugh is keeping his keen eye on that at the moment. Nodding in agreement there, good sir. But Harper Das won by a few seconds last time out in Bambino Coma Heat B1, as they're about to line up. So again, 8 minutes plus an additional lap. So the grid is being cleared. Harper Das and Cole Teal on the front row. Revs rise. We are lights out and off and away for this second heat for Group B, as Harper Das and Cole Teal side by side. It's also side by side between Ellis Child and Marley Wardy. Chester Fawkes has slightly dropped behind. Leo Hunt looking to get in, or trying to go around the outside like he did in Heat 1 for Group B earlier on today, did Leo Hunt, but that one didn't stick as all. Barrel rolling up the inside of Ellis Child was Marley Wardy for P3. And that was on the infield hairpin. You can make really good overtakes, but sometimes you can be a bit overcommitted. But Marley Wardy just loses the back end of the kart, and all of a sudden, Ellis Child back up the inside to retake third place. Bertie Cooper is also running with them in the number 17, and Bertie Cooper's got the bit between the teeth right now, trying to get past the number 11 of Marley Wardy. Then it is Chester Fawkes, Joe Hunt, Jensen Perel and Mason Munzer. Through they go across the line. And Harper Das has got a lead, but how big is it is the question. That is nearly a second as a moment for Chester Fawkes going through round Stadium Bend. So the 38 was running in P6. He has dropped further back down the order. And actually to the back end of it, there's Joe Hunt's son Leo. But Harper Das is leading the way. Ellis Child looking to get past Cole Teal for second position as they make their way through into the Exeter pylon, into the Complex Nouvelle, and then into the S's before hitting Paddock. It's about carrying through momentum. Very interesting when I went on I was hearing some track walk guidance that basically to carry the momentum through the S's, the exit of the S's, you've got to really commit to the curve. As up the inside goes Ellis Child on Cole Teal. Marley Wardy looking there too. Has the 11 got through? Yes, he has. Great move by the pair of them to get through Stadium and get the move done, as now Marley Wardy up the inside. Oh, a little bit of a touch. Oh, bump over the curbs for Ellis Child. And he's gone side by side with Marley Wardy into the outfield hairpin. Wardy runs wide, completely sideways from the back end at the left rear. And all of a sudden, Cole Teal back up into third position. Marley Wardy has done that move twice on Ellis Child alone in this race and gets a contact warning on the second occasion of it happening. And Harper Das is comfortably leading the way. And now the chase begins. So Ellis Child in second. Marley Wardy now back up the inside through the first part of Stadium Bend on Cole Teal in the number 6. Great to see people cheering the Bambinos on. That's on the entrance into Stadium Bend. And Marley Wardy not able to do the big lunge that we saw a couple of times this race so far. It depends on how wide Ellis Child goes. And, Marley Wardy just took the tight line going through the outfield hairpin. Nearly got the job done on Ellis Child. But the 88 was able to keep in front. That just goes to show that sometimes you can make one move and it's great. You make one move and it compromises you. And then it also scrubs off that momentum you have around the circuit here at Rye House. So Harper Das's lead is about the best part of 4 seconds. It's 3.6. As Ellis Child having a ding-dong battle with Marley Wardy. They come out through Reg's elbow. And Marley Wardy, oh, great anticipation, but a run on the curbs. That sends Ellis Child wide. Marley Wardy up the inside, taking the traditional racing line, not the late lunge that we've seen a couple of times in this race. Then all of a sudden, Wardy runs wide, coming out of the outfield hairpin, and Ellis Child is side by side, heading into the pylon, and the number 11 keeps ahead. That was a bit too close for comfort, but Ellis Child goes side by side, gets through past before the S's through the complex. A great bit of anticipation from Ellis Child. Knew that he had to get the move done. The thing is that whilst they've been battling away, Harper Das has just been going off into the distance. And Harper Das is showcasing what is very much an ominous sign of what's to come in the final. But what we've got here is, Ellis Child bumps over the curbs on the infield hairpin, spins him 180 degrees, frustration banged out on the steering wheel. We're going to have a look at the replay. So he's going defensive on Marley Wardy, goes tight, runs in, and the 2 wheels on the left get airborne, and all of a sudden it bumps onto the ground, spins him around, and Marley Wardy says thank you very much, as does Cole Teal. And also Bertie Cooper's got through, so it cost Ellis Child significant amount of time. Chester Fawkes and Leo Hunt battling away. This is over 6th position on the road. So 2 minutes and 30 still to go, plus an additional lap. Harper Das is just putting in the hot laps. He's treating it like a glorified qualifying session. And his gap is now 7.8 seconds over Marley Wardy, who is less than 6/10 ahead of Cole Teal. They're going down the back straight away. So there they are, the number 11 and the number 6. As all, Ellis Child nearly got side by side with Bertie Cooper coming out of the outfield hairpin. And Harper Das, it's like a machine, it's like metronomic. Having seen how he's evolved in terms of his racecraft over the last year or so, has been really impressive. And he's put in another fastest lap, 50.914 seconds from the 95. And his gap is going to be more than 8 seconds. It's 8.7. And Marley Wardy is trying to keep away from Cole Teal, whereas Ellis Child decides, on the other hand, to get up the inside of Bertie Cooper, and they both run wide going through the infield hairpin. That was very, very close indeed to the tyre barriers on the right-hand side of the exit of that corner. So everyone is still circulating. We've got less than 1 minute and 20 on the clock, plus an additional lap, as Ellis Child will be, you know, we saw the frustration show, and that's true racing driver instinct fueled with complete adrenaline. So 55 seconds on the clock to go. And still, Ellis Child has been getting his elbows out all day long, and here, it's not just him, it's also Marley Wardy that has been doing so, but Ellis Child keeping ahead of Bertie Cooper, and they are closing in. Ellis Child, last lap around, took over 2/10 out of Cole Teal. And Ellis Child is about, last time around was about 2.1 seconds behind. There's Harper Das going through Stadium. And this young man, having done a very good job over the course of this season, as I said earlier on, he's been racing elsewhere apart from Rye House. Track he knows very, very well indeed. As the timer is about to hit 0. And there we are. Next time around it'll be last lap board for Harper Das. He's 9.6 seconds ahead of Marley Wardy, who's just put in a personal best on the completion of lap number 8. Gap now between first and second, wait for it, 10.6 seconds. Last lap board is out. Right, I've just seen one of the marshalling crew. There are yellow flags. Number 17, Bertie Cooper, is stranded on the outside of the outfield hairpin. I think, has that been a technical problem? There's going to be no... Oh! Leo Hunt was ever so close, and luckily enough, the good thing is, and the chain looks to have come off the cart, I'm afraid. I saw something underneath the chain guard. Looked to be the chain had gone. So Harper Das is now making his way down into pylon for the final time. He's been untroubled in qualifying. Well, he's not been untroubled in qualifying. He got close, but he's made it count in the first heat. And out of the final corner, Harper Das 1 step away from retaining his title as he takes his second race victory of the day. So Harper Das has done a fantastic job there, and that is it for the race. Marley Wardy having done a great job to finish second, and Ellis Child is going to outdrag Cole Teal. Well, Ellis Child takes P3 after that massive, massive moment earlier on in the race. And luckily enough, he got away with it. Cole Teal ends up in 4th. Just waiting for the other drivers to come through. So there's Chester Fawkes in the 38, Jensen Perel in the 63, followed by Leo Hunt. And Mason Munzer will be the last driver to cross the line. 8 out of 9 drivers following the retirement of one Bertie Cooper, and lovely to see that. And I've heard some applause from the sidelines as well. Bertie Cooper unfortunately retiring on lap number 9, but Harper Das is the driver in this group that has really showcased that he wants to defend that title. And if he does that, he's going to join the likes of Michael Epps and Charlie Turner that have defended a London Cup title successfully. So, next up, we will have another race. And we head back to Honda Cadet. So after an interesting battle earlier on, Will Murphy and Lewis Islin will line up on the front row, tied on points, but based on fastest lap, Will Murphy starts on pole position. Finley Lines will be on P3 in the 95, alongside will be Anthony Parfitt. Kai Clark and Alexander Kurdikov will be row 3, that's 67 and 11. Row 4 is the 20 of Mayan Patel and the 28 of Luca Holmes-Balak. Levi Markady and Harley Musk in the 54 and the 21 round out the top 10. Bradley Keaton in the 53, Max Wheatley in the 12, Leo Anya in the 10, Oliver Warner in the 23, Kian Sullivan in the 26, Oliver Spencer, 42, Ashley Haas in the 17, Jensen Walker in the 22, Connor J. Winfield in the 27, and Sam Howell in the 8 round out the top 20 with Nicola Bozzi in the 46, the 48 of John Richardson, Teddy Cooper in the 79, and Ralphie Granger. After that crash, he's now watching from his hospital bed, so get well soon, Ralphie. He's cheering on his buddies from Cutting Edge Racing, so we'll be down to 23 drivers. And there was a big old... it was really funny. I just heard James Fitchie literally get scared by the pop and bangs from those Honda Cadet engines. I thought, the combustion chamber, is that firing correctly, or is there a little bit of overfueling? And James just literally had the cat in the headlights moment just then when I saw his face. It's all about the bands here, isn't it, James? Yeah, you can breathe a sigh of relief after that one. So, Hugh Roche giving his support to the Blue Army. And I know, hopefully, Kirsty Hockley, I hope you're watching as well, amongst other people. Aileen Copeland says good luck to Ethan as Will Murphy and Lewis Islin start to line up on the front row. So, 23 drivers. John Richardson has been spamming the Alpha Live YouTube chat this morning when he's not on the grid. So good to see the youngsters even getting involved with the chat. So if you haven't already, please like, share and subscribe. It would mean a lot to the team at Alpha Live. They put a lot of hard work in behind the scenes with all the work that they do. So Heat 2, Honda Cadet. Grid has been cleared of any helpers or assistants, and now they steel themselves. They get ready. As we are getting ready to go racing. Lights out and off and away. And who's going to get the run down to stadium first? Oh, a little bit of a glance of a touch between Murphy and Islin as they head through turn 1 into stadium for the first time. Looks like Lewis Islin went round the outside of Will Murphy going through the exit to hook it up going through into Reg's elbow. Anthony Parfitt up into P3. Finney Lines has Mayan Patel up the inside, and the number 20 has gone through. Kai Clark is with them in the 67. Now, Anthony Parfitt fancies an opportunity of a move past Will Murphy, but Will Murphy will not let that slide. And then Mayan Patel right up the inside of the 47 through pylon. That was a great inspired move from Mayan Patel in the number 20, one of the Cutting Edge Racing drivers on this. We've got the likes of SFR Motorsport as well. So the drivers making their way through as Lewis Islin continues to lead, and he has gapped the field, and Will Murphy has been passed by Mayan Patel. Nicola Pozzi in the number 46, 21st, is being given a contact warning by race control. So already the slaps on the wrist have started. So Islin won the Bambino Coma title back in 2017. A handful of drivers through my research have won titles. Mike Spencer, who actually won the 2019 Senior Road Tax title. Actually won that title 3 years after Paul James did, 2007. In Honda Cadets, I think out of all the drivers, there has never been a returning London Cup champion. A bit of a bump over the curbs on the infield hairpin by Will Murphy. Anthony Parfitt is close with them. But now Mayan Patel, Oliver Warner from Ambition Motorsport gets a contact warning flag. As now, up the inside, Mayan Patel gets through on Lewis Islin of all people. Islin had scarpered away, but Mayan Patel has put in fastest lap after fastest lap. So Will Murphy took the first heat. Could it be that Mayan Patel is the one that really puts the kibosh on Lewis Islin? Well, Lewis Islin is not hanging about. Oh, what a save from Mayan Patel. The inner part of Stadium Bend, the right rear caught the standing water puddle, put on a tank slapper for Mayan Patel. He caught it, and Islin was quicker up the inside. He was quick up the inside like a rat up a drain pipe to get through. But what a catch from Mayan Patel. And now what Will Murphy and Anthony Parfitt have to do is to start chasing them down. And that's rather crucial, because if Patel and Islin start battling, and we know with Honda Cadet, my good learned friend, Mr. Henry Bodess as well, we all know that Honda Cadet, it all is gloves off for the last couple of laps. We are 3 minutes in, 5 to go. Islin runs wide. Mayan Patel back up the inside to retake the lead on lap number 5. But Islin not giving up. He's caught up with Mayan Patel as they come out of the outfield hairpin onto the back straightaway. Lewis Islin fastest out there, 43 flat from the number 6. And Mayan Patel has that ominous feeling over his shoulder that he knows exactly where Lewis Islin is as they now come across the stripe. Islin in the tow, looks to the inside at Stadium Bend, and the number 6 from Synergy gets back through. But he runs wide. Patel nearly gets through, but Lewis Islin, with millimetre precision, gets through and keeps that lead. And between the pair of them, it was 61 thousandths was the margin between first and second. And Lewis Islin, if he wants to be on the right terms going into this afternoon's final, and probably to hazard a guess, Mayan Patel's going to be one of the people to watch for. Will Murphy, Finley Lines, Kai Clark, Levi Markety, Harley Musk, all of those drivers, plus a lot in this talent. Oh, that was a bump and a half over the curbs from one of the SFR Motorsport drivers. But, Lewis Islin taking a wider line in comparison with Mayan Patel, who nearly got caught out again by that standing water puddle on the inside of Stadium Bend. But the gap between them has been no less than a 94 thousandths of a second, 3 minutes and 20, plus an additional lap to go. Lewis Islin holds on to the lead, but keep your eyes on Will Murphy and Anthony Parfitt. As they say, it's the charge of the light brigade behind. As Patel looked up the inside once again on Islin, going through into pylon. But Islin again just absolutely really well anticipating what Mayan Patel is doing. Will Murphy getting his head down, now starting to pull away from Anthony Parfitt. Finley Lines holding station in 5th place. The number 95 doing a sterling job at the moment. Kai Clark rounds out the top 6. Alexander Kodikov, Levi Markety, Harley Musk and Luca Holmes-Balak round out the top 10. As up the inside goes Mayan Patel. Oh, that was close between him and Lewis Islin. And Lewis Islin ends up having to relinquish first position just with the sure pace and momentum. Patel went in there with fire and brimstone, and now Will Murphy decides he's going to throw his 2 cents into the ring, and he's going to get a double tow coming across the start-finish line. As Islin up the inside of Mayan Patel and Will Murphy up the inside, and a pair of them takes the lead. Switch back from Patel. Wow, that is what you call Honda Cadet racing. And now Anthony Parfitt is latching on towards the back bumper of Lewis Islin. It's now a 4-way scrap for the lead with less than 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So Will Murphy now finds himself in second. Mayan Patel has come alive in this race. He put the frighteners on Will Murphy. He put the frighteners on Lewis Islin. And Mayan Patel has the opportunity to take a heat victory going into this afternoon's final, where it's all going to be to play for. Patel goes defensive, heading into stadium. Will Murphy behind, Lewis Islin and Anthony Parfit round out the top 4. Keeping an eye on Finley Lines, his times. He's running he's running a little bit behind. Will Murphy looking up the inside of the infield hairpin, takes the lead. Patel runs wide and Islin gets through. And now Parfit alongside, nearly bumps wheels with Patel going through into the infield hairpin. The pair side by side coming through. Parfit gesticulating. There's no time for that at this moment. And Patel, does he get through? He does, through into pylon. Oh, this is brilliant stuff. Great racing from this quartet at the front of the field. And let alone that, everyone else, there's battles up and down the order, but this one is an enthralling one, as now we're back to where we were in Heat 1. Islin versus Murphy, ding-ding, seconds out, round 2. And at the moment, it is Islin ahead of Murphy. Will Murphy try for a dive? He is within lunge range. But at this moment, if Islin runs wide, then Murphy could see the door opening. It nearly did then. But Islin was quick to turn across and cut off that racing line. Down the back straightaway, heading into pylon. Will Murphy will not attack now. He'll wait. He'll bide his time, because now with a couple of laps to go, the gloves come off. Truly. And Finley Lines has caught up quite a bit, as has Kai Clark, to the likes of Mayan Patel and Anthony Parfit. We're heading into bottom of the 9th, if you want to use a baseball analogy, because the timer has hit 0. And Will Murphy is really keeping Lewis Islin honest. And up the inside, is he going to get through? He doesn't. Islin shuts the door once again through the outfield hairpin. Onto the back straightaway. There's going to be one more lap after this one. If Will Murphy wants to be on pole position a little bit later on, he's got to go for a move. He's got to do it at the last chance saloon, because now it's all to play for. So out of the final corner come the 2 leaders. Last lap board will be out this time. Islin, Murphy, line astern. You can't even put an A4 sheet of paper between them as they go through Reg's elbow. Murphy's got to size something up. Islin on the defensive. Backhand steps out to the right-hand side. Both take the same amount of curbing through the infield hairpin. Murphy's got to do the switchback, and he's got to do it quickly. Now he's got to wait. Down the back straight away go the 2 leaders. Mayan Patel still holding station in 3rd ahead of Anthony Parfit. But Will Murphy trying his best. Left, right, any which way but loose. But he's not going to get past out of the final corner. But could it be a drag race to the finish? Lewis Islin's going to win it by a whisker. It's going to be across the line. Who takes it? I'm going to find out in a second, because I think it was close. It was Lewis Islin by 70 thousandths of a second. Hands down, that is one of the best exchanges I have seen for a Honda Cadet race win. And they definitely licked the stamp and sent it. What a drive by Lewis Islin, battling away with the likes of Will Murphy, who finished 2nd by 7/100ths of a second. Mayan Patel was in contention for the race victory. Missed out, had to settle for 3rd place. Anthony Parfit was very much in the thick of things as well. Finley Lines in 5th. And then Kai Clark in 6th place ahead of Luca Holmes-Balak, Levi Markady, John Richardson. What a drive from him. Dramas in the first heat puts him up to P9. But 7/100ths. All I'm going to say, if you think that race was close for Honda Cadets, wait until the final a little bit later on. Okay, let's head to our next heat, Junior Rotax, Heat 2. So let's have a look at the grid for Junior Rotax Heat 2. Rory Burke and Daniels Kuharenox, 3 points between them coming into this race, and they are on the front row. Ryan McAuliffe and Ollie Ward on row 2, Freddie Ingram and Alec Vilker, row number 3. Row 4, it's Christopher Harris in the number 9, Ben Hawker in the 21. Ronnie Smith, who had that mechanical black flag earlier on, will start from 9th place ahead of Simon Parford in the 87, and Liam Phillips will start in 11th position on the grid. So, interestingly enough, another driver that has taken 2 titles, but in separate categories. Liam Ferguson, who won last year's Senior Rotax London Cup title, actually took this crown back in 2011. Augustus Lawrence on there, Jack Taylor, Darrell Taylor, Alfie Brooks have taken the title before. I think also Jordan Brown Nutley, if memory serves me correctly. Well, Jordan Brown Nutley actually won this as a Honda Cadet. And that was in 2010, 3 years after Alex Albon. So 8 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. So Rory Burke, very much the case of him having the chance to stretch out into the distance, but it was only due to the radiator on... right, okay, another formation lap. So if the formation is not up to par, they won't let them go racing. So we reset, refocus. The old control alt delete situation. And good to see Ralphie Granger saying well done to John Mayen and Jensen from Cutting Edge Racing. Good to see that Emma Morrison said get well soon, Ralphie, as well. So Ralphie, thank you very much for tuning in, buddy. Shame that you're not racing, but get well soon. We'll see you on track before we know it. Out of the final corner, revs rise. Are we ready? Junior Rotax Heat 2 is now underway as they storm their way through into Stadium Bend for the first time of asking. Ryan McAuliffe looking, oh, now we've had a massive drama. And that was the number 21, Ben Hawker. Liam Phillips, who retired in the first race, was off at Stadium as well. And, oh, the lead has not gone the way of Rory Burke. Rory Burke is in 2nd position, leading the way. I think that might be Ryan McAuliffe. No, it's Daniels Kuharenox who leads. Rory Burke looking up the inside, going through into the complex. Now through the S's, the drivers bumping over the curbs. And committing as Rory Burke looking up the inside of Kuharenox. Kuharenox leads after lap 1, but now Rory Burke sideways as it catches it. Oh, that inside part of Stadium is slippery. And oh, he's just had a look. I think, was there a little bit of an assist from behind? Courtesy of Ryan McAuliffe. I'm not 100% sure, but that might have been a little bit of contact on the rear bumper of Rory Burke, but he's managed to keep himself in 2nd. Meanwhile, Simon Parfit, yep, contact warning for Ryan McAuliffe for that incident. So the slightest of touches can pick you up with a slap on the wrist, a contact warning, as Rory Burke now gets onto the business at hand and doesn't have a tank slapper like he did previously as he chases down Daniels Kuharenox. As Burke was looking side by side. Jan Echterman, I will get to your question about, I'm wondering how old are these drivers? I do have the rules and regulations. So the field makes its way across the line. But, oh, Rory Burke with a lunge and a half, sideways and touches with Daniels Kuharenox. And Kuharenox loses out big time, loses out 2 positions. So Ryan McAuliffe and Simon Parfit now round out the top 3. That was very much close quarter combat. They do say karting is a non-contact sport. And that was a definite new Nomex requirement moment there for Daniels Kuharenox. I'll be completely honest with you. And Rory Burke gets a warning flag. for that one. So for Jan Echtermann's question, juniors from their 13th birthday up until 31st of December of the year of their 16th birthday. So between 13 and 16 is junior Rotax in terms of the age bracket. So Rory Burke leads the way, Ryan McAuliffe, Simon Parfitt, and now keep your eyes on Daniels Kuharanox, because I'm sure that the fire is very much lit in the belly of the number 73, because he's just put in the fastest lap, 36.925. Simon Parfitt goes bumping over the curbs. As all, Rory Burke getting squeezed a little bit, and now it's a four-way scrap for the lead. Burke leading, McAuliffe, Parfitt and Kuharanox. Who's going to blink first? And between them, the gap was 0.7 last time around. Expect it to drop. That looks to be more like half a second from what I've seen previously. We're on to lap number 6, lap number 7, Rory Burke, and it was 0.65 between the top four. So it's the Rory Burke train, and he is looking over his left shoulder, his right shoulder, doing the old think gesture to the left-hand side of his race helmet. Just to give a backward signal to the likes of McAuliffe, Parfitt and Kuharanox. Well, at the moment, Ronnie Smith is now up into 5th, and he is chasing them down. Now, Ronnie Smith had a mechanical black flag due to the radiator being loose. Oh, Rory Burke's just lost the lead. Well, no, he didn't. He was lucky, and he's snaking under braking as Simon Parfitt up the inside and gets through on Ryan McAuliffe. Oh, and that was a bit of a tank slapper there for Simon Parfitt, and all of a sudden Daniels Kuharanox back up into 2nd position. How close was that? Another moment for Liam Phillips there, but Daniels Kuharanox, I did say watch out for him, and he managed to pull the maneuver off. Kuharanox is inspired. He's got 3 minutes, and that gap is 6.5 tenths of a second. Now, you tell me, not if, but when Daniels Kuharanox will close up and maybe give Rory Burke a little bit of the elbows out treatment. That very much could happen. So they make their way through. Oh, sideways from Simon Parfitt by bumping over the curbs. You're literally fully committed going through the S's. And now the gap between Kuharanox and Rory Burke is close. And I think it was less than maybe 3 tenths. Last time around it was 0.583. As that was close. McAuliffe looking up the inside. And here comes Ronnie Smith. Fixed radiator and all. Okay. You wanted Chinese fireworks. Okay, it's not Chinatown in London. However, Ronnie Smith, whoa, hold the phone, just went right up the inside of Simon Parfitt through the S's, threading the eye of the needle, and now gets up to 4th. And there's the move for the lead. Kuharanox, nice and clean from what I could make out on Rory Burke. But Ronnie Smith has got a point to prove, and boy, is he doing it right now. And Kuharanox is going to put the brakes on, I think, a little bit here, because he won't want Rory Burke to get past. But if Ronnie Smith has his way in the next 1 minute and 15 seconds, plus an additional lap, the fireworks will intensify as Rory Burke in the slipstream of Daniels Kuharanox. And it is now a 4-kart battle for the lead. Oh, run wide there from Kuharanox. Oh, Rory Burke hard into the barriers, front end in. Oh, it was just the slightest of moments where Daniels Kuharanox ran wide. And you know what? Let's have a look at the replay. So Kuharanox runs wide, Burke up the inside, gets, I think, the slightest of tap, locks wheels, bang, into the barriers. Oh, that was a hard hit. That's probably knocked the wind out of his sails. But the main thing, Rory Burke still managed to power away that kart. Didn't need any assistance, as now Ronnie Smith has got past Daniels Kuharenox. That was the opportunity that Ronnie Smith needed. And Rory Burke was still circulating. I think whether he's gone into the pits, I'm not 100% sure. But Kuharenox wants to get back past Ronnie Smith because the timer has hit 0. Ryan McAuliffe now leads the way. Kuharenox in third behind Ronnie Smith. Simon Parfitt completes the top 4. And it can all come down to one pivotal moment. And there's a little bit of scuffing on the front bumper of Daniels Kuharenox, a bit of an indent too. But will Ronnie Smith have the pace to get past Ryan McAuliffe? We're about to find out very shortly, because they're going to come through pylon. If he can pull off a move like he did through the S's on Simon Parfitt earlier on, he's got a good chance, but he's going to come out of the final corner. It's going to be a run to the line. And that is it. Ryan McAuliffe gets the victory for Heat 2 after dramas. For Rory Burke, hard into the barriers. I've not seen a hit like that in junior Rotax. But Ryan McAuliffe wins the race by 0.283 ahead of Ronnie Smith. Simon Parfitt rounds out the top 3. Daniels Kuharenox, I think that kart was slightly scarred, to say the very least, after that incident. Finished 4th ahead of Ollie Ward, Freddie Ingram, Alec Vilke, Christopher Harris, Rory Burke, and Ben Hawker. Liam Phillips did have a couple of dramas, but Ryan McAuliffe wins junior Rotax Heat 2, and very shortly we're going to go to our next heat, which is senior Rotax Heat 2, and hopefully very shortly I'll have some company here in the commentary box. Right, okay. I'd like to welcome into the commentary box, alongside me, my good buddy from Ambition Motorsport, Paul James, 2004 Senior Rotax London Cup champion. Mate, it's been a busy one for you guys in Honda Cadet this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit hectic, to be fair. That last race was a bit of a call for slicks or wet, so we gambled on the slicks. Come near the end, not enough to beat Lewis, but gave him a race.
Indeed, Will Murphy, Kai Clark and the likes battling it out for this crown this season. But Paul, you won this back in this particular class, actually, in 2000. That sounds like an eternity ago, 17 years, doesn't it?
Just proves how old I am now.
you haven't got a shade on me.
I'm
you haven't got a shade on me.
That's for sure.
Okay, right, here's your grid. Harvey Hollick has a maximum score of 100 points, puts him on pole position this year's Rye House IKR Senior Rotax champion from Kartech. Alongside him on the front row, the returning Hayden Cater on 96 points on the front row, alongside Kyle Dunford, George Sanders, row 2. Jack Powell, Mark Sayers, row 3. George Hunter, Josh Evans, row 4. James Otto and Ryan Mills round out the top 10. Aaron Norman, Max Miners, Martin Jackson, James Bark, Chris Rance and Marcus Whitney. So, Paul, I've got a question to ask you. In terms of what you've seen over the years in karting, since having now stepped onto a team owner, manager side of things, how much is Senior Rotax really involved in terms of the competition side?
To be fair, the Senior Rotax class is really, really good. Obviously, with the upgrade to the Evo package,
yeah,
it's sort of brought the class alive. But not only that, it's been the tyre. Tyres been getting softer in all classes, to be fair. And the racing's really close. You haven't got to have big budget. You can do it on a dad and lad sort of budget.
A bit like you used to do with your old man in the day.
Yep, for sure. And just get out there, get racing.
Yep.
And have a go. Obviously, it's really, really hard around this circuit. Not only in seniors, but all classes.
Exactly. The Honda Cadets, we saw that battle between Lewis Islin and Will Murphy right up until the couple of last laps, and it was close between the pair of them. Right then, 15 drivers, 7.5 rows, 8 minutes plus an additional lap as Harvey Hollick and Hayden Cater lead them out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are off and away and racing in Senior Rotax heat number 2, and there's a little bit of a touch between the two side pods of Hollick and Cater. Cater runs wide, and I think Kyle Dunford's managed to make his way through into second position, and that is the case, and he's even gunning for the lead, and there's nearly a little bit of a tussle. He throws it up the inside. Hollick runs wide, and he has to use the escape road. Oh my goodness me, the fireworks are here in Plentiful and Senior Rotax, and now it is Kyle Dunford leading the way ahead of Hayden Cater. Then it is, well, that's George Sanders that's leading, so Hayden Cater in second. Harvey Hollick is, I mean, that straight away just shows how competitive it's become, Paul.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the track's still wet on the inside going into the first hairpin, so it definitely caught a few with that.
It did indeed. One of the biggest ones, it was Harvey Hollick of all people, and he's running P3 at the moment. So Sanders leads the way. Cater in the 44 rounds out the top two. Kyle Dunford is closing in on Harvey Hollick for third place on the road. Mark Sayers, Jack Powell, Ryan Mills, Josh Evans, George Hunter and James Otto. That is your top 10 as they fire their way through into pylon. Paul, one of the biggest things about Rye House, there's hardly any camber on this circuit. It's very, very flat plane, apart from, like, say, going through the S's when you use the curbing, like you were talking to, like, Finney Lyons and Oliver Warner in yesterday before free practice. The
curbs around here have obviously improved a lot from when I used to race around here back in the day. But to be fair, like, it is so challenging, this track. It constantly on the corners, literally. It's not one for someone who's not fit around it.
That's true. You need to have very good, strong core. And these drivers are, you know, I know Hayden Cater spends a lot of time in the gym. A lot of the drivers in continental Europe are at full fitness. So Sanders leads the way. Hayden Cater puts in the fastest lap with 6.25 minutes still to go on the clock, plus an additional lap in the offing. Harvey Hollick still rounds out the top three. Kyle Dunford, Mark Sayers. Harvey Hollick did put in the fastest lap, but now that goes to Jack Powell in the 28, who is now battling away with Mark Sayers. That's for fifth on the road. And they've got Ryan Mills closing in on their 6. And now Harvey Hollick sees his next target. Well, it's the man that he was battling against in the previous heat, and that was Hayden Cater. Hayden Cater. You know, one of the things I like about it when a driver returns to karting, Paul, and they go, I just want to go out there and race. And Hayden Cater is just going out there and just having fun.
To be fair, he's doing a good job. Considering he's up against some guys who did a club championship here all the time. And obviously... George Saunders is done some laps around here for sure.
Exactly, he does quite a few laps. Josh Evans runs a bit wide. That opens the door for George Hunter in the battle for 8th position as they go through into the outfield hairpin onto the back straightaway past the main bar, reception and cafeterias. Harvey Hollick really giving the hurry up to Hayden Cater going through the S's. They bounce over the curves through into paddock. And Sanders is still leading, but it's not much between the top three. It was 7 tenths last time around. It's now 0.66 as Harvey Hollick is really trying to hurry up Hayden Cater. He's putting the pressure on. And effectively, Paul, he's saying to him, look, if you're not going to be quick enough, I'm going to get past you one way or the other. But Cater is responding.
For sure. I think Harvey should actually sit there, wait for him to go in, and then just pick up the pieces. Because at the moment, it's... because the line is only one line going into especially pylon, they're going to slow himself down by over a second so he can pick up the pieces after that, but just be cautious. Obviously, there's no timer today, so you can't actually see how many laps you're getting on.
Exactly. Hayden Cater all tussles with George Sanders and opens the door for Harvey Hollick. You were spot on the nose with your analysis there, Paul, that Harvey just needed to bide his time. Sanders got literally barnstormed up the inside by Hayden Cater. Cater... It was pretty much a fair move, but now Hollick knows, okay, he's piggy in the middle here. He's the meat in the sandwich, so to speak. We're halfway through the race. Hollick's just got to bide his time, and we both know that Hayden Cater, Harvey Hollick, and George Sanders are very, very good pedallers around here. I mean, Mark Sayers, Kyle Dunford, they're here quite regularly. I mean, Adam Sadler, who runs ASR, and then you've got Gary Parsons, who runs Kart Tech. Both very astute, how to run the team professionally. And from your standpoint, you know, they're two of the local teams that really stand out in the local Hertfordshire community, don't they?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, they've been doing it here every month. Very good for people to come along and get some, obviously, tuition experience. And also, having someone in the team that's got a little bit of data that can help them with the braking and accelerating points around here.
Yeah, data very important, especially with the way that oxygen, so air sensors, fuel sensors, mapping, radiator temps, coolant temps, everything's being monitored, and it all gets fed back through into the laptops. So there is real bona fide data analysis, especially in top-tier karting competition across the globe. Hayden Cater holding on to the lead with just under 3 minutes to go, but he runs over the curbs, and that's going to allow Harvey Hollick the opportunity he might need. But Hollick's in the tow, coming out of the outfield hairpin, heading down into pylon. Hollick is just waiting, biding his time, knows that if Hayden Cater makes a mistake, he's got an opportunity to pounce. But the biggest thing here, the cork in the bottle, is not necessarily Hayden Cater here, Paul Janes. It's George Sanders. He's
waiting there too long. He needs to have got past 2 laps ago, to be fair. He knows where he's faster. He needs to make the move now.
Exactly. With just under 2.5 minutes to go, it's Harvey Hollick. Looks over his left shoulder. George Sanders, the back end, steps out to the left-hand side. Under braking, very much a characteristic of the aggressiveness of the circuit here. Heavy braking zone coming out of Regis Elbow into the infield hairpin. And Hayden Cater doing a sterling job at the moment, the number 44 from ASR Racing, bumping over the curbs, nearly 2 wheels in the air. And it was 2 tenths last time around between the top 3. It's now 3 tenths as Hollick and Cater, Paul, have now just started to slightly break away. But I think that's tactical from George. He's just got to wait as Harvey Hollick was looking up the inside of the infield hairpin. And Cater managed to sweep the cart back in. It's all about rotation. Momentum carry is one of the big things I say about this circuit all the time. And you were very much the case when you were talking to Finley, when you were talking to Oliver during the track walk yesterday, about how to approach the S's, where you're not braking coming through the S's, you're lifting off, then you're actually applying the power as you go through paddock to carry that momentum through towards stadium.
There's a big curb there. It's only going to slow you down, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you don't need to use the brake pedal. You need to keep the momentum. And also, if you're using the curb going into the last corner, it's going to give you track position going onto the straight.
It is indeed, but Harvey Hollick is still waiting for that opportunity to present itself, because Hayden Cater has been using that untraditional racing line, I might add, but it works to his driving style. Some drivers are very aggressive on turn-ins, some drivers are a bit more aggressive on the throttle coming out of the corner, and they use the momentum carry, the rotation of these karts to help them carry that through. But Harvey Hollick is really keeping Hayden Cater honest. The driver with the fastest lap of the race is the driver in 5th, and that's Jack Powell. Well, it's a 35.674. In terms of lap times, that's probably a couple of seconds quicker than maybe when you were racing back in the early 2000s.
To be fair, I think it was around about late 35s, but they were using the Maxi Supersport this weekend, not the conventional Mojo tyre.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's a good tyre, really good tyre.
Yeah, so that would be the Dunlop, I think, if memory serves me. Is that the Maxis, wasn't it?
Maxi.
Maxis, yeah. Sponsors Tom and Tim Coronel when they go on a Dakar rally. But we are fast approaching 0 on the clock, and now it's gloves off, because forget about it being senior Rotax. It could end up like a mixed martial arts meeting in just a minute. We saw that in junior Rotax just a few moments ago, but Harvey Hollick waiting, biding his time. Hayden Cater has not put a foot wrong, because the last lap board will be out this time, and they'll be on to their 15th and final lap. Over the right shoulder, he looks. Harvey Hollick looking tighter. That standing water that nearly caught out Mayan Patel in the second Honda Cadet heat. Well, the thing is, they're running at full speed. The lap times are respective of it. So this track, every driver is not wearing a wetsuit, not on... oh, hang on. Hello, Ayrton Simmons, who's currently watching at the minute as well. We're seeing that all through the social on the laptop. But Hayden Cater looks like he's going to take the victory. He's done a fantastic job on that one. And you know what? To see that sign, that wave of euphoria.
Relief.
Yeah. It's like, and breathe.
No, he's done a really good job, Hayden. Really good job.
Beating Harvey Hollick to the checkered flag by just under 0.3 of a second. George Sanders rounds out the top 3, and they were covered by 0.8. Mark Sayers in 4th, ahead of Jack Powell. Kyle Dunford in the 67 rounds out the top 6, ahead of George Hunter. Josh Evans, Ryan Mills, James Otto, Max Miners, Chris Rance, Aaron Norman, Martin Jackson, and James Bark complete the 15 strong. So all drive, well, James Bark unfortunately retired on lap 7, but Hayden Cater has given a warning shot across the bow of one Harvey Hollick for this afternoon's final. Next up, Heat 2, Rotax 177. So from Senior Rotax, we go to a class that I do actually have a bit of a penchant for here, Paul. It's Rotax 177. Heat 2, Joe Hunt looking to put the cat amongst the pigeons because we've got him on pole, Tom Thompson in second, Aaron Timberlake, Scott Sumpton rounding out the top 4, and 2017 Rotax 177 champion, Joe Hunt's boss, Adam Sadler, getting his... You know, it's really great to see that old team bosses are dusting off the race gear.
It just keeps them sharp, really.
Yeah.
It's a very good event. Obviously, it's not a championship here at Rye House, I take it. And just run what you brung, do your best.
Yeah.
But obviously don't do too bad, so you show that your customers think, no, you're doing a good job.
Yes, yes, definitely. Adam Sadler is joined by Joshua Townsend on row 3. Jason Tingle, and then we have, I think it's Peter Dell. Just going to have a quick look on the Rotax 177 side of things. So Jason Tingle, Joshua Townsend, Tyler Cox, Vince Bryant, John Cornell, Richard Allison rounding out the 12, and good to see Ayrton Simmons saying, hi guys. He's been doing great work in GB3 this year, that lad. Has part Spanish descent, if memory serves me correctly. Jack Maloney on YouTube giving a shout out to Martin Jackson. Well, he said, big up Martin Jackson, and then plenty of exclamation points. It's a bit like our WhatsApp conversations when we need to put exclamation points. It's there. But Rotax 177, previously a category known as 175 previously. And looking through, oh, spreadsheet didn't want to do that, did it? Rotax 177, Tom Ginchard has won it. Scott Clee has won it twice. Dan Devereaux in 2018. Oliver Smith, last year's champion, was Alfie Cockrell. Dave Wooder won it back same year. You won Senior Rotax when it was 175. I will need to speak to Gary Shield from Jag Engineering asking why it changed from 175 to 177, but that's due to, obviously, the weights. So these drivers, I mean, effectively, there's no gearbox category for Rotax here in the UK. We are fully direct drive, and in Europe, something like this would be more comparable to a DD2 or a DD2 Masters class. And with my age, I'd definitely be in DD2 Masters. Right. I'm just wondering, I don't think that was a full speed start. I think that might have been. Looks like the timer has gone down. So we are off and underway. I'm just... So Joe Hunt, very small in stature, leading the way. Tom Thompson, very much on his case, as is Aaron Timberlake. But also on this class, it's really good to see that, Paul, that Rotax 177 has been universally adapted here in the United Kingdom, also with the likes of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. I think it was Daniel Tate that won the British Kart Championships in Rotax 177, if memory serves me correctly. So it's a great addition to Rotax here in the UK, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. You'd be surprised how many 177s are, aren't there? You do find they're sort of the older generation, or the Masters, like you said.
Oh, but, as we see, Adam Sadler get past the number 29 of Scott Sumpton, and I think someone else got through in the process too. So Adam Sadler finished 3.5 seconds behind Joe Hunt in the first heat earlier on today. Tom Thompson and Aaron Timberlake looking to close in on Joe Hunt. Joe Hunt running in the 37.7s in the minute as we go on to lap number 3. Again, you know, the lap times, Adam Sadler, 36.839, 3/100ths quicker than his 177 talisman Joe Hunt, and the train is... This is what I like about Rotax 177. Oh, that was a bit of a shortcut from Jason Tingle there, wasn't it, Paul?
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, he overtook one of my drivers. So, obviously, we got Scott Sumpton out this weekend.
Yep.
It's his first time in the kart for about 4 years.
Oh. Well, he's not hanging about, though. I'll give him that.
He's doing a really good job, to be fair.
That's great to hear. So Scott Sumpton, so Paul has got some vested interest as Adam Sadler closes in on Aaron Timberlake, going through into Stadium Bed, now into the left-hander at Reg's elbow, and Adam Sadler throws it up the inside. Great anticipation from the 67, now puts him up to P3. But one of the biggest things, we see this in racing all the time, you and I, Paul, especially with the fact we've known each other since 2019. It's always a case that you've got to be strategic. Mechanical sympathy is a term that us as commentators say quite a lot. I'm sure that's in the back of your mind as a team boss, because you're like thinking, guys, just look after the equipment, please.
Yeah, to be fair, like, doesn't matter if you bend anything. Most things in karting you can bend out. So as long as you don't make contact maliciously, you'll be fine. But Robin's racing.
As they say in NASCAR these days, 5 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap. Someone's just said, is George Russell commentating? No, he's in Sao Paulo, sorry. But Joe Hunt has got a gap between himself and Tom Thompson to the tune of about 0.36 of a second. Sadler is closing and is within 6.5 tenths of Joe Hunt. One of the good things about this race and this event, Paul, because it's a one-off event, you have to be strategic. You know, Joe Hunt knows that, hang on a second, I want to win this event. However, sometimes I have to look at it from a more realistic, more optimistic point of view, where you've just got to look at it from this and say, hang on, I could be first, but if I'm second, I still know I've got that pole position in the bag for the final later on this afternoon. Yes. So Joe doesn't need to go full pelt, but he'll still want to.
No, for sure. You just need to make sure you got enough points in the pre-final and obviously the qualifying to give you the grid for your final. Save the tyre. I wouldn't wreck it before the long final you got this afternoon.
Yeah, Tom Thompson goes a little bit wide going through the infield hairpin, and that nearly allows the door of opportunity, as this is the county of opportunity, to open for Adam Sadler in the 67. And Sadler is looking hot to trot. He's looking a bit racy, having dusted off those cobwebs off of the overalls. And he's right in the slipstream on Tom Thompson. Going through into Stadium Bend is going to keep Thompson guessing. A little bit of a wheel going into the air. I think that was the right rear from Adam Sadler going through Stadium. And with the curbings here, it can be quite aggressive. And as we saw with Rory Burke a bit earlier on, which is an incident that was quite a significant one, but the main thing was he was out, he put the pedal to the metal, got the kart going again, and he was off and away. But with the fact that the top three last time around, as Adam Sadler, the back axle was quite literally being abused. He was over those curbs like nobody's business, and he looks up the inside of Tom Thompson. That is definitely a new Nomex moment if you're any sort of driver that will not have the fear of God put into you going through that corner, Paul. You know that for a fact.
For sure. You need quite hard into that hairpin. Adam holds the brake really well, lifts that wheel and pings off the corner. So he's definitely faster than Tom at the moment. He needs to make his move, make it stick really fast.
Indeed. And yes, though I did know it was a joke, I could tell by the laughing face emoji that you put alongside the George Russell commentating comment on YouTube. Jamstone says, what's the lap time delta? Well, in terms of the comparativeness, this is the first time I've ever encountered Maxis with Rotax. I normally know it through Mojo. It's again Tom Thompson. I think his backside's getting a bit of a battering after going over those curbs. The back axle up and down like a yo-yo. But Adam Sadler just waiting in the wings as again Thompson going through the corners, going through pylon, through the complex, into the S's, hard over the curves once again by Adam Sadler. But Joe Hunt has done the absolute best thing to get himself onto pole position for the final this afternoon by staying ahead. He's not made any mistakes, Paul. He's kept it clean. You said that right, where he's looked at it from the bigger picture and just gone, yeah, I'm not going to wreck my tyres. He was even talking to me about wets this morning, and he'd knackered a newer set of wets that he had coming into this weekend. He went, oh, they've got none in the shop. And I was just like thinking, as Adam Sadler now, oh, that was close going through the S's, threading the eye of the needle. But yeah, I mean, the thing is the track has evolved significantly over the course of the day. And with the finals, everyone can now, that is able to be on slicks apart from the Bambinos, including Honda Cadets, of course, Paul. This is going to provide us some really good fireworks for later on, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, at the moment, the track's not at 100%. It's 75% there, so you're not seeing so many overtakes, but you will in the final for sure if once that puddle's clear, and we can see some fireworks going, like you say, into the last 5 minutes, I would say, in the main finals.
Yeah, and that'll be halfway through now. Okay, Sadler up the inside, finally gets the move done, waited, bided his time, wasn't as haphazard. I think it was just a little bit of frustration bedding in for Adam Sadler, but he's managed to get through. Oh, 29, Scott Sumpton, and that is, that's the other side of the circuit, and he's, right, okay, Marshall's at the scene, and he's over the barriers, so, yep. Driver in Kart. Now, I do see him, Paul. He's clutching his left wrist slightly, so I'm not too sure if something's happened.
We need to make sure he's okay more than anything else. He's in a safe place, so the race can continue, but obviously we need to get into the medic ASAP to make sure his wrist's okay for the final.
Indeed. So the timer has hit 0. This is the last race before our lunch break here at Rye House for the 2021 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with creategym.co.uk, who have an offer that if you sign up with them now, you don't have to pay a penny until next year, 1st of January 2022. So this time around it will be the last lap board out for Joe Hunt.
He's done an awesome job, absolutely awesome job, kept his head forward, driven away.
Indeed he has, and he's 1.6 seconds ahead of Adam Sadler. But the thing is that Sadler was in contention for this race win. However, Joe Hunt has just kept himself to himself. He's kept the old racehorse blinkers on. He's not looked behind him, but he will have done now as he goes through into pylon for the final time. Through the Complex Nouvelle, now into the S's. One more corner and out of paddock. Joe Hunt puts himself on pole position for this afternoon's final for the London Cup. Adam Sadler might be within earshot, I dare say, because he has got former credence, former prowess here at Rye House through his adventures in 2017. I still remember being here actually commentating on him when he was here that weekend. Tom Thompson rounds out the top 3. Aaron Timberlake, Joshua Townsend complete the top 5 ahead of Jason Tingle. John Cornell, Peter Dell, Richard Allison completes the top 9. Vince Bryant in 11th, ahead of Tyler Cox, and then we got Scott Sumpton, unfortunately, out with a lap to go. But Paul, thank you very much for joining me for these 2 heats, and
thanks,
I'll have you come back for the finals for the last 2 races, Senior Rotax and Rotax 177, and we'll have a good end to the day. So,
for sure.
And all the very best of luck to all the guys at Ambition Motorsport.
Yes, lovely. Thank you very much for you.
So, big thank you to Paul James for joining me. He'll be joining me for the last 2 races of the 2021 London Cup, brought to you in association with creategym.co.uk. We're going to go to the official lunch break as action resumes at 2:15 this afternoon. Can we just ask that anyone buy any camera equipment that is being used by Alpha Live, please do not be in the vicinity of it. So a reminder, please leave any camera equipment provided for the live stream alone. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to Rye House Kart Raceway in Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire, the county known as the County of Opportunity. We're here for the 2021 Rye House London Cup, a one-off event that has been hosted since the mid to late 1960s. The likes of drivers such as Lewis Hamilton and three-time Quick Fit British Touring Car champion Ashley Sutton have made their mark at this very circuit as well. But also in recent times, the likes of Alfie Haralambous, Lewis Islin, Joseph Katsantonis, Daniel Ginchard, back when he was a Honda cadet, have won the titles here this weekend. This 950-metre circuit, based just outside of Stevenage, which is about 25 minutes drive away, will test all drivers. We've got over 90 different drivers in multiple categories, including Bambino Coma, IAMI. We've also got Honda Cadet, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, and 177 Rotax. And here in Hoddesdon, it's a fantastic circuit. It's going to be a real free-for-all here this weekend, as we'll find out on Sunday afternoon who will be our 2021 champions. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon as we go to finals time for the 2021 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with creategym.co.uk, the gym for everyone. So this time it is the Bambino Coma B final, and here is your starting order. On pole position will be Jensen Perel in the 63, Oscar Kenny in the 48 will be alongside. Leo Hunt in the 66 and Brady Atkin McDonald in the 33, row 2. Row 3, it's Charlie Page in the 3 and Mason Munzer in the 27. A total of 10 drivers set to take part, but I know that Sasha Akulov was not in racing earlier on, but Jensen Fathers in the 20, Bertie Cooper in the 17 and Matthew Lilly rounding out the 9 strong that will be competing. The finals now are a longer duration, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. A big thank you to everyone that has been getting involved on the official Alpha Live YouTube channel, and a big thank you once again to James Fitzhugh and the entire crew here this weekend. There's been providing some fantastic broadcast footage. You'll be able to watch all the action back live, well, re-live, so to speak, on Alpha Live. So don't forget to give them a subscribe whilst you're at it, if you haven't done so already. Yes, and some very interesting replays during the lunch break, like some people having a bit of a kickabout on the start-finish straight and someone ending right on their backside. So all finals here today will be in duration 10 minutes, plus an additional lap. So, as per the VT, the intro that we played with myself, funnily enough, that was on the other side of the circuit, just by the main entrance. We had to use the local infrastructure and some shrubbery, as I posted on my Instagram profile, promptly tagging James Fitzhugh and Alpha Live in the process.
of what it takes really behind the scenes. And we've got Kaylee Clark saying, good luck, Brady. That's Atkin McDonald from Kaylee Clark via the YouTube chat. And there is still a poll going on at the minute, which is being monitored as we speak, and has been going all the way through the day. So if you haven't subscribed, or you've hit no, please click that button. It means a lot to the team at Alpha Live. They put a lot of hard work, not just during the days when they're broadcasting, but also a lot of the work behind the scenes to provide top-tier entertainment for you guys and girls that are watching wherever you are across the world. We've had Germany, we've had New South Wales, we've had Greece, I think, was what I saw a bit earlier on. Also, one of the biggest things, the biggest caveats, is that the top 3 from this B final will head into the A final. So there is a lot on the line. There's effectively a third chance of getting into the A final. I have seen it before in other races where drivers have come through from other championships and gone into either a second chance heat or a repechage, as we would say over here in the United Kingdom, to get their way through. Miss Amy J123 says, good luck, Matthew. That would be Matthew Lilly from Nan and Auntie Amy. Good to see the support coming in, so please make sure that you put your messages in the chat. Sure123 says, good luck, Sophie. I would imagine that's probably for Sophie Morris. And that will be for the Bambino A final. So 3 of these drivers will have had additional track time if they get through to the A final, as the drivers start to line up on the grid. So final words of encouragement as the grid is now being asked to clear. So Jensen Perel on pole. That's the 48 of Oscar Kenny alongside on the front row. We get underway with the Bambino Coma B final for 10 minutes, plus an additional lap, I believe, as they filter their way through Stadium Bend for the first time of asking. And Jensen Perel has already got a little bit of a lead over, that looks to be Leo Hunt. I keep on getting confused because they're on the same race number. Joe, you've got to sort that out, mate. That's a nice little move. That is from the 28 of Matthew Lilly, who went up the inside of Bertie Cooper in the number 17. They have both made up a couple of positions each, and they're closing in on Mason Munzer in the number 27. Through the complex for the first time of asking, and Jensen Perel will lead them across the line to start lap number 2. Leo Hunt up into second position. Charlie Page up to P3. Fourth, it's the 48 of Oscar Kenny. As Bertie Cooper looking towards the inside of the 48 of Oscar Kenny. Gets through. Oscar Kenny tries for the switchback. Looks to the outside hairpin. Can't get through. But Charlie Page closing in on Leo Hunt for second on the track as they head through into pylon. Matthew Lilly closing in on Mason Munzer. This is the battle for P6, and what a move there from Matthew Lilly. Clean and textbook from the youngster in the number 28, puts him up into P6. So at the moment, Perel, Hunt and Page are the drivers that could provisionally qualify for the A final. So the top 3 will go through. And a bit of a run wide there through the infield hairpin by Jensen Perel, and Leo Hunt is closing in. So we're now into the 3rd minute out of 10, and Jensen Perel is putting in the hot laps as Oscar Kenny is being chased down, and that is by, I think that's Matthew Lilly in the 28 I just spotted. So Jensen Perel leading from Leo Hunt. The gap was 1.3 seconds last time round. Looks to be a lot closer than that. Probably hazard a guess of around about 3 to 4 tenths, maybe half a second at a push. And what's more, Leo Hunt is looking for the lead of the race, and he goes a bit tidier on the inside curbing. Not too sure if that was completely all 4 wheels off track, but he got the gap down to less than half a second. It is about 4 to 6 kart lengths heading into pylon, but Charlie Page and Bertie Cooper looking to be closing. Bertie Cooper, I think, has got past Charlie Page because his last lap time was a 51.625, and there he is. Charlie Page is in 4th position as Bertie Cooper has got his sights set on at least a top 3 finish in this B final. And if Leo Hunt runs wide like that again and Bertie Cooper is pretty much there with him, there'll be an opportunity. Now Bertie Cooper looking close as Leo Hunt again uses the same inside line on the infield hairpin and keeps Bertie Cooper at bay. 4 minutes down, 6 to go, plus a lap. And it's nearly side by side between 2nd and 3rd, but Leo Hunt stays ahead in the 66. But Bertie Cooper making it nearly side by side through the S's, and Leo Hunt fractionally gets ahead just by millimetres between the two. And Mrs. C, I think that might be Mrs. Cooper. Good luck, Bertie boy. So proud of you on the YouTube chat. And Jane Prophet. Good luck, Sophie Morris, in the Bambino A final. Love Nanny and Grandad. Really good to see the cheers coming in for the younger drivers as Leo Hunt again uses the same tactic, nearly loses a bit of momentum in the meantime as Bertie Cooper closing in. And if anyone has got the Jaws music handy, that'd be rather refreshing, as always. Halfway through the race, and Perel still leads as Bertie Cooper not able to pull alongside Leo Hunt going into the S's coming out of the complex as the top 3 come through paddock. Bertie Cooper is pulling alongside, or trying to pull alongside, Leo Hunt, but the 66 still keeping ahead. I was having a chat with his dad Joe, and he said he's really improved. Like, he'd be like 5 seconds off the pace. Now he's like 1.5. As now Bertie Cooper looks up the inside for 2nd position through the infield hairpin with 4 minutes and 20 still to go, and gets the job done. Bertie Cooper running a little bit wide coming in through the outfield hairpin, and Leo Hunt slots in behind. So running order at the moment is Jensen Perel, Leo Hunt, Bertie Cooper, Charlie Page, Matthew Lilly up to 5th, Oscar Kenny 6th, Mason Munzer, Brady Atkin McDonald and Jensen Fathers. All still circulating as Mason Munzer looking to close in on Matthew Lilly for 5th place as we head into the last 3.5 minutes. Top 3 last time around were separated by 1.5 seconds as Bertie Cooper is trying to chase down Jensen Perel. And this will help Bertie Cooper's efforts to get into the A final low end. Right, 33. A real shame for Brady Atkin McDonald. And that was coming through the infield hairpin. So it looks to be that the gap is closing between first and second position as we head on to lap number 9. Bertie Cooper has got that gap down from 8 tenths to 8 tenths from 1.2 seconds. Took a big chunk of time, a 52.066. And Jensen Perel last time, a 52.471 second lap time. And Bertie Cooper really putting on the pressure. Will Jensen Perel be able to soak it up like a sponge? We're about to find out because we're into the last 2 minutes and 20 seconds plus a lap. Through into paddock once again. Leo Hunt just running his own race at the moment. But still for him to get into P2, qualified third for this B final. And both Jensen Perel and Leo Hunt have just set exactly the same lap time. 52.107 seconds as Bertie Cooper. Is he going to go for the lead? As Perel runs wide, that was the door literally opened with, well, both doors. It's like a pair of barn doors opened by Jensen Perel because he went wide and Bertie Cooper saw an opportunity and pounced when the moment required. So it didn't take long for Bertie Cooper to claw that gap down to what was 3.5 tenths of a second after 9 laps, and now is starting to pull away. So now they're going to get past the 33 of Brady Atkin McDonald, and Jensen Perel having to go the long way round, doing a bit of an M&M round the outside. Now Leo Hunt gets through as we head into the last 60 or so seconds as the left rear wheel of Leo Hunt's kart hit the curb on the infield hairpin and it cost the youngster momentum. Ann Wells on YouTube says, good luck Albie Smith in the Bambinos final. We're all so proud of you. Love Nanny, Grandad and all the family. But we head into the last 30 or so seconds of the Bambino Coma B final. Bertie Cooper looks to have extended that lead as they go into the infield hairpin. So the gap, I would think, is just by sort of guesstimating here, really. Probably the best part of 7, 8 tenths of a second. Make that 1.6, so I was well out on my estimation the last time around, but the gap looks to be closing. The timer has hit 0. This time around, Bertie Cooper in the number 17 will see the final lap board. So last lap board will be out for the Bambino Coma B final as Bertie Cooper goes on to the last lap. Will be 13 laps in completion come the checkered flag. Through into the infield hairpin. Very calm, measured drive from Bertie Cooper, who actually started this Bambino Coma B final in 8th position, and he's just a few corners away from getting into the A final. Through pylon, and through into the complex, then into the S's. After this, one more corner to circumnavigate. And Bertie Cooper comes out of paddock, powers towards the checkered flag, and that is it. He's qualified for the A final, has Bertie Cooper, as has Jensen Perel. And Leo Hunt celebrating with one. And look at the laugh, look at the grin on Joe Hunt's face. His son has just qualified for the A final. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It just shows about the bond between parents and children. Matthew Lilly takes 4th place. Charlie Page was in the top 3, but unfortunately ended up 5th at the end of it all. Oscar Kenny in 6th. Mason Munzer rounds out the top 7. Jensen Fathers and Brady Atkin McDonald ending up a few laps down, but nevertheless has still got to the end of the race, but Bertie Cooper, Jensen Perel and Leo Hunt have provisionally qualified for the Bambino Coma A final, which will be in just a moment's time after our next encounter. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we get to the real meat and potatoes. It's time to see who's going to become our 2021 Rye House London Cup IAMI Bambino champion. Big thank you to creategym.co.uk for being the title sponsor for this event. They do have an offer, which you can actually go to their website, creategym.co.uk, and it's basically buy now, pay 2022. So if you sign up via their website, you can use their facilities. You don't have to pay a monthly payment until 2022. So if you've got the opportunity to do so, they've got classes, they've got personal training, multiple different facets, a real good gym to go to. So head on over to Create, that's CRE8GYM.co.uk. Without further ado, we need to head to the grid for the IAMI Bambino final, and it looks like this. Josh Cook is in pole position for this race. Elliot Travis, 5 points adrift after qualifying and the 2 heats, will be alongside on the front row. Darin Dimitrov, who was a race winner earlier on today, starts 3rd. And then we've got Charlie Clough in the number 51. Ronnie Carter and Ethan Copeland will have a bit of work to do from the back end of the grid, 5th and 6th respectively in the number 10 and the number 43, as they make their way onto the starting grid. So the IAMI engines have been fired into life. Grid has been cleared. We get ready. And the drivers are now underway in the Bambino IAMI Rye House London Cup 2021 finale as Darin Dimitrov looking up the inside, going through. Ronnie Carter also trying to take a different line as they make their way through Reg's Elbow. But at the moment, it is Elliot Travis that leads the way. Charlie Clough now up into 2nd position. Ronnie Carter up into 4th place as we have had a spinner, and that is the number 77, Josh Cook. But he's got time. There's 9.5 minutes plus a lap. And with the pace that we've seen from Josh Cook all the way through the day, because it's happened this early, it means that Josh Cook can go absolutely hell for leather and go for it. So they cross the line to complete their first lap here at the circuit. So leading is the number 33, Elliot Travis. 2nd, it's 51, Charlie Clough. Then it's 3rd, Ronnie Carter. Darin Dimitrov in the 65 is just behind. So Elliot Travis just needs to keep on motoring along and just put in hot laps, just to extend that gap. And the gap between him and Charlie Clough is now 2.1 seconds. Good to see that Andrea has given, well, cheering on Ronnie Carter. And Ronnie Carter at the moment is battling away with Darin Dimitrov. I did say watch out for Josh Cook. Already passed Ethan Copeland for 5th place. And had a bit of a wiggle there going through the exit of Stadium Bend. So guaranteed that Josh Cook is going to be pushing. Elliot Travis pushing own air at the moment. 45.946 is the fastest lap of the race thus far. We've still got just under 8 minutes to go, plus a lap. So just coming up to a little bit more time taken away from the timer. And Elliot Travis is still leading. Josh Cook in the number 77 is now going after Ronnie Carter. And that's for 4th on the road. There are significant gaps being decimated by the 77. Josh Cook last time around was about 1.3 seconds behind Ronnie Carter. He actually took 7/10, and now the move for 4th is going to happen very, very shortly. Looks like it could be heading into Stadium Bend unless Josh Cook has other ideas. And look at the pace coming out of pylon and into the complex. So through out of paddock, and there it is, nearly side by side between the pair, but Josh Cook has got the inside line for Stadium. And slingshots past Ronnie Carter in the number 10. So Josh Cook making steady progress. So 6.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. The gap between Elliot Travis and Charlie Clough is now nearly 7 seconds. But these curbs, well, all I'm going to say is Josh Cook currently taking no prisoners. Still has a chance as now Charlie Clough comes under fire from Darin Dimitrov. This is a battle for 2nd on the road through Stadium Bend, both fully committed. A little bit of a lean to the right-hand side by Dimitrov to keep the traction on the right-hand side. But whilst they're battling, just keep an eye on how quick the catch-up rate is going to be from Josh Cook. And Josh Cook has just done a personal best. 45.861. He took nearly 7/10 out of Darin Dimitrov, who's now going to try and go for 2nd. Not through pylon, you won't, I'm afraid, as we're 5.5 minutes to go. And Dimitrov looking one way, then the other. Through towards Stadium Bend they go, and Josh Cook is waiting in the wings to pick up the pieces halfway through the race. And there's still 5 minutes to go, but the way that Elliot Travis has just cantered away off into the distance like a prized racehorse following the earlier issue for Josh Cook is now about 10 seconds up the road. And there we go, 3-way scrap for 2nd. Clough leads it, Dimitrov Piggy in the middle, and Cook just behind. Josh Cook has got real good traction going through the complex. And Dimitrov now has to make that old age question be answered, and that is, do I attack or do I defend? And sometimes the best defense is also a good offense. As Dimitrov again looks to the inside. Very interesting line there by Josh Cook. Going through Stadium, he's winding up for a move. He's in within lunge range of Dimitrov. Holds back going through the infield hairpin. There's a little bit of a run wide from Charlie Clough there in the number 51. So line astern between 2nd, 3rd and 4th as they head down the back straight away in towards pylon. As again, Josh Cook just looking so planted going through pylon and into the complex. Out of paddock, and he's probably going to get a double toe if he's lucky. So Josh Cook waiting to strike Dimitrov, looking towards the inside, has to back out of it. And now, oh, Josh Cook up the inside, neatly done on Darin Dimitrov for 3rd place. Still got 3.5 minutes to go. And Clough runs wide, but did he allow? Well, he ran a bit wide, and Josh Cook was just very quickly on the inside apex of the infield hairpin. Now he's got 3.25 minutes plus an additional lap. Can he pull back an 11.4 second margin between himself and Elliot Travis? The biggest question is, now Josh Cook has pulled away. And now already, that says to me, because Dimitrov and Clough are now battling, Dimitrov up into 3rd place. And that gap is quite big between second and third position. But Elliot Travis has not put a foot wrong. And as they say, when you're not talking about the leader that much, he or she is normally doing a pretty good job. 12.2 seconds up the road from Josh Cook. But the gap is probably not extending as much as maybe Josh Cook would like, because he's not making any indent. He was the delta between him and Elliot Travis was 0.2 in the favour of the 33 that is still leading by 12.4 seconds as we're into the final fifth of the race. But Dimitrov still keeping in third, still holding station. Ronnie Carter is about 7.7 seconds behind this battle. The number 10 from Runcorn in Cheshire completes the top 5. Ethan Copeland still in 6th, but everyone is still circulating as we head into the dying moments of the Ayami Bambino class of the 2021 Rye House London Cup. As the leader makes his way through pylon, through into the complex, and then into the S's. So just under a minute remaining, and Elliot Travis has already crossed the start-finish line. We're on to lap number 13, and Travis is making his way through into Reg's Elbow at a lightning pace. He's been running in the low 46s in the last couple of races, right, in the last couple of laps or so. So Elliot Travis, this time around, depending on how quickly he navigates his way through pylon, at breakneck speed, I might add, through the S's. So this will be the penultimate lap if he crosses the line in time. This is going to be close. So it was 5 seconds on the clock. So this plus an additional lap still, well, last lap board has actually gone out. So Elliot Travis is on his way to join the likes of Joseph Katsantonis, Riley Cranham, and last year's champion for the London Cup, Teddy Porter. Josh Cook's incident earlier on has cost the 77 a chance at the crown. But with the way that Elliot Travis has just been metronomic, not put a foot wrong, not made an unforced error, as he comes out of the final corner, Elliot Travis wins Ayami Bambino here at the London Cup for 2021 and joins Katsantonis, Cranham and Porter on the honour roll list. Second place, a great fight back from Josh Cook to finish second ahead of Darren Dimitrov. Charlie Clough rounds out the top 4. And Ethan Copeland finishes in 6th. And last, but by no means least, Ronnie Carter from Runcorn crosses the line. Hasn't been 100% on full functionality, but there is a driver that is going to be one happy individual. And there you go, it sinks in. And Elliot Travis becomes your 2021 Rye House London Cup Ayami Bambino champion. Congratulations. So just a few more races to go. Next up, we go to Bambino Coma, a final. So with one driver now pretty much confirmed, here's a look at the grid for the A final. Jensen Sale has had a perfect score this weekend. Starts on pole position. Harper Das in the 95, The defending champion, I might add, will be alongside on the front row. Adam Haludi in the 29 and Marley Wardy in the number 11. That is row 2. Sophie Morris in her last competitive race before moving to cadets next season starts on the inside of row number 3, and alongside will be Ellis Child in the 88. And we did have 3 qualifiers, so behind Ellis Child, it's the number 6 of Cole Teal, Rex Pooley in the number 31, Aurora Joel in the 36, Chester Fawkes in the 38, Albie Smith in the 99, and obviously our 3 qualifiers from the B final earlier on, which was Bertie Cooper, Jensen Perel, and Leo Hunt, if memory serves me correctly. So the drivers now released from the dummy grid onto their formation lap. And good to catch up with Harper Dass's dad during the lunch break. It's always good to see some returning faces, as always, back to Rye House Kart Raceway. Now, I have mentioned earlier on that Harper Das is the defending champion, but previous winners, Oliver Rowland Motorsports' Jesse Phillips in 2018. I still remember that, when he then went into Iami Bambino and now runs as an Iami cadet overseas in Europe. I think he might be competing at the current Iami International Games at Portimao, so a bit of a shout out to my fellow commentator, Mr. Jake Sanson, who's been over there this week. Noah Baglin won this event in 2019, but can Harper Das become another driver within the last decade and a half to join Charlie Turner, Senior Rotax Champion 2015 and 2016, and Michael Epps, Junior Rotax Champion 2007 and 2008? Well, 10 minutes plus an additional lap will decide it all. And already, Adam Haludi has got Good Luck Adam from the Patter Boys on YouTube. Purple Eyes 28 wishes Sophie Morris the very best of luck. She's starting on 5th position, but it is Sale versus Das on the front row. Joe Hunt saying, what's going on out there? They're being held a long time on the grid, aren't they, Joe? But as per procedure, they have to be given the signal to start up the engines. Right, the engines are fired into life. Slight delay there, folks. I think it was timing related. However, the last few well wishes for these drivers. I see comments coming in. Sarah Bloodworth saying, go on, Sophie. Ellen Burrell wishing Elliot Travis all the very best of what's happened. So, oh, we've got an issue with one of the carts. That is, oh, is that Sophie Morris? There's a bit of frantic activity trying to get the engine started into life. Ah, brilliant. Okay, that just shows the solidarity of the grid here. So everyone's engines are all fired up. Grid will now be cleared. So they're going to put them around for a formation lap just to make sure that everything's all okay, get them back into their grid position and everything, I would imagine. So full formation lap, and then they will head into their respective grid positions. George Hurst Audio on YouTube says, let's go Sophie. So plenty of support for these young drivers. So who will join the likes of Lewis Islin, Jesse Phillips, Noah Baglin? Will Harper Das retain this title for a second successive year? We'll find out after about 11 minutes of racing, with a very competitive field, 14 karts in total, as the drivers now will re-line up on the grid. So grid now being cleared. Bambino, Coma, a final for the 2021 Rye House London Cup. Thumbs up from the back of the grid. And we are lights out and off and away as Jensen Sale gets the hold shot. Harper Das in second. Sophie Morris looking to move up the order. She's already up into fourth place as it's 3 abreast. I think in the middle of all of that was the 29 of Adam Haludi as they make their way through. And third at the minute is Marley Wardy, as Cole Teal tries to get a move on Sophie Morris, but she gets the switch back. And the O-plate back up into fourth position, but it's Jensen Sale as, oh, what on earth has opened? Harper Das has spun on the outfield hairpin. The 95 has tumbled down the order again. This is a repeat. Josh Cook in Ayami Bambino for the final was on course for a potential victory, and Harper Das has just had a moment. I didn't really catch what happened, but I saw him. I didn't see him at all, and it was Marley Wardy that was there in second position. And it has changed quite a bit, because now Harper Das has to make his way past another 13 karts in about the next 10 minutes. Hugh, you have not missed Honda Cadet, because that's up next, buddy. As Cole Teal and Ellis Child battling away. This is for third position. So at the moment, Jensen Sale leads the way. Marley Wardy, this battle here, this is third and fourth, as Cole Teal keeps ahead of Ellis Child. Sophie Morris rounds out the top 5 ahead of Adam Haludi. Chester Fawkes, Aurora Joel rounding out the top 8. Harper Das is definitely making progress, as Cole Teal still stays ahead of Ellis Child, going through Stadium Bend as the leader coming down towards the infield hairpin. And Harper Das has already gotten past another couple of karts, has to make his way past Leo Hunt very shortly, so we'll take a different line to the 66, then has the 31 of Rex Pooley just behind, but Ellis Child, oh, bumps over the curbs going through in towards pylon, and that was on the curbing on the right-hand side onto the approach, down the back straightaway, but Jensen Sale is clearing off into the distance. The GP plate, not looking back. Marley Wardy, second. Cole Teal and Ellis Child still embroiled in that battle for third place. Sophie Morris is closing and she's in P5. Adam Haludi in sixth. Aurora Joel has made some progress too, the number 36, who was top of the timesheets in her qualifying session yesterday afternoon. Trying to make amends for what has happened a bit earlier on this weekend. It's not been a great one. Bertie Cooper has just received a contact warning from race control. The number 17 in ninth place is again Cole Teal and Ellis Child. They keep on battling like this. Sophie Morris has a chance, a shot, realistically, at a P3 as Ellis Child gets through on the inside, going through the complex on Cole Teal, and now Sophie Morris will have the slipstream coming down the start-finish straight. The O-plate, I think, if memory serves me correctly, was obtained through Super 1, I believe. The Super 1 series. And now the battle for third, fourth and fifth, waging on. A little bit further back, Adam Haludi and Aurora Joel battling over sixth position. So a spirited drive from the number 36. However, 6 minutes to go. Harper Das is now back up into eighth position and is going for it. And has been setting, fastest laps for him. 49.870 was his last lap time. And Harper Das coming through paddock. And not too far ahead, the two battling away over sixth position. Adam Haludi and Aurora Joel. Aurora Joel looking to the inside at Stadium. And I'm not 100% sure, did she make it through? Not quite. Bertie Cooper battling away with Chester Forks for ninth place. Bertie Cooper looking up the inside of the number 38. He's in lunge range, but doesn't chance it. And whilst Aurora Joel and Adam Haludi are battling away over sixth position, Harper Das is catching them hand over fist. Last two laps, he has taken out the best part of 3 seconds and has now set the fastest lap of the race, 49.607 for the 95. And the gap between Jensen Sale and Harper Das at the moment on the previous lap was just under 13.5 seconds. Never say never. So Harper Das could be pushing, and that's another 2 seconds out of Aurora Joel. Right, 63. That is, Jensen Perel in one of our qualifiers from the B final. Jensen Perel's race weekend has come to an end, unfortunately, with just under 4.5 minutes on the clock remaining. So Marley Wardy, the cheers coming from the side as all right. Harper Das is absolutely pouring on the pace. I think the words push the tempo sound rather appropriate right now, because another 2 seconds on the previous lap, lap 6. And Harper Das is now up into sixth position. So Harper Das from the back end of the field after that spin earlier on now has a chance, a slim chance. Jan Echterman, Paul James will be back for the last 2 races, Senior Rotax and Rotax 177, which will conclude the 2021 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with creategym.co.uk. So still the battle between second, third, fourth and fifth rages on. The gap between Marley Wardy down to Sophie Morris is about 2 seconds as things stand, but Harper Das has been taking chunks of time out of those in front. 1.7 seconds quicker than Sophie Morris that time around was Harper Das. Aurora Joel, in the meantime, has got past Adam Haludi for 7th position, as Ellis Child is closing in on Marley Wardy for 2nd place. Jensen Sale comfortably leading the way by about 8.5 seconds. Could be more than that, probably more like closer to 9.5 seconds, make that 9.3. As Marley Wardy really coming under fire. And Harper Das has just taken another second out of Sophie Morris in the meantime. As through into, oh, that was a run wide, and Marley Wardy has just had to go past the tyre barriers, and that's gifted 2nd position to Ellis Child. Cole Teal will be the next one to try and get past the number 11. And in the background, I've just spotted Harper Das in the number 95. We are fast approaching the last 90 seconds of this race, plus an additional lap. And I think maybe Harper Das has an opportunity, as Ellis Child is confirmed in 2nd position at the moment. Harper Das is closing and took another 1.4 seconds out of Sophie Morris, who is sitting and holding station as, oh, that was close. Oh, bit of a touch of side pod to wheel between Ellis Child and Marley Wardy, with Wardy up the inside of Child. 60 seconds to go, and Jensen Sale is just keeping an eye on what's happening behind, because he's got a lot of clear air behind him. Jensen Sale, the GP plate, has not looked back and goes into stadium as we're into the last 45 seconds of the race itself, plus a lap, and Harper Das is closing on Sophie Morris. So 5th, could it be as high as 2nd position? Who knows, because the 3 in front of Sophie Morris and Harper Das now starting to battle. As Marley Wardy running wide. Ellis Child up the inside to take 2nd position. Cole Teal waiting in the wings. Now Sophie Morris and Harper Das are with them. So the timer ticking away. So this plus an additional lap. Its last lap ball is already out. So now the run for 2nd begins. The chase starts, and Harper Das has already got past Sophie Morris, trying to go round the outside of Cole Teal through Stadium Bend. That's brave at its very best, but it could be only as high as P3 for Harper Das. He's done a massive comeback, this youngster in the 95. But our leader, Jensen Sale, is still corners away, because this battle here is still carrying on. But out of the final corner, Jensen Sale wins the London Cup and joins the likes of Noah Baglin, Harper Das, Jesse Phillips and Lewis Islin. Who's going to be 2nd across the line? It is going to be Ellis Child in the 88. Harper Das could get 4th at a push as they come across the line. A noble fight back from the 95. But Ellis Child takes 2nd. Marley Wardy rounds out the top 3. Cole Teal pips Harper Das to 4th place by 65 thousandths of a second. So there we go, confirmed results. Jensen Sale joins the honour roll and becomes the 2021 Bambino Coma champion for the Rye House London Cup. So let's go to the next race itself. And Hugh Roche, you're going to love this one. It's only a Honda Cadet, isn't it? Let's have a look at the starting grid for the Honda Cadet final. Lewis Islin starts on pole position. William Murphy has been pretty much banging at his door, left, right and centre across the weekend, and lines up alongside. Finney Lines and Anthony Parfitt, row 2. Mayan Patel, Kai Clark, row 3. Luca Holmes-Balak, Alexander Kudikov, row 4. Levi Markety and Harley Musk ran at the top 10. And it's Leo Anya, Bradley Keaton, Max Wheatley, Oliver Warner, Jensen Walker, Oliver Spencer, Connor J. Winfield, Cian Sullivan, Ashley Haas, Sam Howell, Nicola Pozzi, John Richardson and Teddy Cooper. That is your starting grid. So the likes of Jordan Brown Nutley, Alexander Albon, Rory Hudson, Isaiah Master, Oliver Greenhall, Daniel Ginchard, and most recently, 2019, it was Hayden Eldridge, and 2020, it was Hayden Porter. It's been a great display of racecraft. And Ralphie Granger saying, come on, Mayan Patel, P1. Tony Kelsey saying, good luck to the ASR Bandits from Scott Clee, who has won the London Cup before. And that was as a Rotax 177 driver. And Scott Clee, I think, just going back to my spreadsheet and just trying to collate. I think it was 2010 and 2012. Scott, you might be able to tell me different. It all comes down to one seminal moment. Who's going to put it on the line? Who's going to go for broke, go for gold, and with it become one of the many drivers that have taken a London Cup title? This one-off event has been hosted sporadically over the past 5.5 decades, from the mid to late 1960s, right up until the present day when it was refreshed and reinvigorated back in the early 2000s. There is a line that I do leave for special occasions, and I think it's rather appropriate. If anyone might remember the Shakespeare play, Julius Caesar, a particular line is really going to sum up what we've got today here with Honda Cadet. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war as the drivers prime themselves for the Honda Cadet Rye House London Cup final. Revs rise. We are off and underway. And it's going to be Lewis Islin that brings them into the first corner. Leading the way, Will Murphy and Finley Lines nearly side by side through into Stadium Bend. But Mayan Patel in 4th position. Looks up the inside. Gets through. And oh, Anthony Parfitt got a bit of a scare there. Had to really use the old Scandinavian flick trick there to keep himself in contention. And Kai Clark in the 67 is not that far behind as the trains start to build. And this is, well, already Lewis Islin and Will Murphy have started moving away into the distance. However, it's not 8 minutes, it's 10 minutes plus a lap. And Patel finds himself in 3rd. Finney Lines is in the middle of all of that. And Anthony Parfitt, I'm not too sure, yes, has just gotten past the 95. Kai Clark has got Luca Holmes-Balak just behind him as well, as a bit of a run wide from Mayan Patel going through the infield hairpin. But Lewis Islin, Bambino Coma London Cup champion in 2017, could be another driver that takes 2 titles, not necessarily in the same season, but it's a one-off event. Had a real good catch-up with his mum and dad last night before they headed off. And they said, it's really nice to come back here. They said, we used to know a lot of people here. Now we don't know anybody. It's a completely different event when it's the London Cup. But Lewis Islin is leading the way. And Will Murphy is hot in the wheel tracks, right behind pretty much by about 3 to 5 kart lengths. So 8 minutes and 10 seconds still to go in this race. And Islin and Murphy have literally cantered away into the distance. Kai Clark gets a warning from race control. Just a black and white warning flag. So at the moment, top 10 rounded out by the likes of Levi Markady. Now's not the time to put nicknames in the chat, Hugh Roche. But Lewis Islin and William Murphy are leading the way. They have gotten away. They want to battle between each other. It's about putting the feelers out. Leah Stedman says, good luck, Lewis. The word pile-ups was mentioned. Don't mention that, Hugh Roche. Thank you very much. As now Anthony Parfitt leading a train, being followed by the likes of Finney Lyons, Kai Clark. There is the number 10 of Leo Anya. Just having made up a position, I think probably on Levi Markady in the 54. So the signs being shown from the side of the main straightaway, but Islin and Murphy are toe-to-toe, nigh on wheel-to-wheel. And it was 0.17 seconds last time around. So we saw some great battling between these two. We saw Mayan Patel, Anthony Parfitt, amongst others, battling with this duo. And these two are going to be the ones that really are going to put on a show for you folks here at the track, but also for those that have continued to watch at home on the official Alpha Live YouTube channel. Thank you very much for tuning in. Now, here we go. Murphy up the inside. Side pod to side pod, no contact whatsoever, and a clean move by Will Murphy. But already Lewis Islin on the counter-attack, through into the infield hairpin. And Murphy taking a tighter line in the infield hairpin in comparison with Lewis Islin. Down the back straight, into pylon. You cannot separate these two, even if you tried, and Lewis Islin could be bump drafting very shortly as they come out of paddock. And Islin is in the slipstream, down the main straightaway. Onto another lap we go, and it's nip and tuck between these two. 84 thousandths was the gap between Murphy's transponder and Islin's transponder, and Islin waiting. 5.5 minutes still to go, and in Honda Cadet, you do not lay your cards on the table until you absolutely, positively need to do so, and that time is not right now. And I've just seen Kai Clark have well, a little bit of frustration showing, but at the moment, Alexander Kurdikov has got past, I think Finney Lyons is down there. So Kai Clark a little bit further back, I think. So 4 minutes and 50 seconds still to go. Will Murphy leads, Lewis Islin by 1/10.5, but it's less than that as they go through the infield. Now onto the back straightaway. More drivers having jostling for position. So Alexander Kurdikov ahead of Finney Lyons. The number 21 of Harley Musk now gets past Levi Markady in the 54, going through the exit of the infield hairpin. 22 drivers circulating. And at the moment, well, Kai Clark has dropped all the way down to 14th position. Finney Lyons is the one in the middle, as Will Murphy and Lewis Islin are setting relative lap times to each other. They want to have an all-out fireworks war with about a minute to go. John Richardson has made some progress and has gotten up to 15th. And Kai Clark has dropped 10 places. And he was at the sharp end of the field in this one. But the leaders are still going round at an absolutely ridiculous pace, and Will Murphy, coming through Reg's elbow off of turn 2, still leads Lewis Islin. 3.5 minutes still remain, plus an additional lap. It is still all to play for. Teddy Cooper gets past Oliver Spencer for 16th. The leader's going down the back straight away. As the 17, that is Ashley Haas getting past Kian Sullivan, going through into Stadium. And Sullivan round the outside, looking to get the cut through into the infield hairpin. They've got the number 22, that is Jensen Walker, and the number 8 of Sam Howell. They're the last of the 22 competitors, but there are battles all the way up and down the order. But the biggest one is the one at the front of the field. And still it's getting a rather bit too close for comfort for Ashley Haas and Cian Sullivan. And Sullivan gets past round towards the outside of the entrance into the S's. So a really good committed move there from the number 26. So Will Murphy still leading Lewis Islin out of the final corner. Now with 2.5 minutes remaining, Islin pulls to the left. Murphy stays tight on the defensive line. Keeps the number 4 ahead of the number 6. They have been battling each other all season long in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. But with a one-off event like this, that has prestige just like the Motorsport UK British Kart Masters British Kart Grand Prix, held normally every summer, Rye House London Cup has a nice bit of allure to it as well. 1 minute and 3/4. It has been no more than a tenth between these two at the front, and they continue on their way. They are the only drivers that have been pushing in the high 41s. No one, not even Mayan Patel, Luca Holmes-Balak, Alexander Kudikov, Finley Hines, Levi Marketing. None of these drivers have had an answer for the top two, especially when Murphy and Islin got away into the distance. And the distance between Mayan Patel and Lewis Islin now is 7.5 seconds, and it's going to be climbing. As Kudikov runs a little bit wide coming through the infield hairpin ahead of Finley Hines, Finley Lines there. Levi Marketing in the 54 still behind them as the leaders. It is now starting to kick off. We've got less than a minute to go. Murphy again goes defensive. Islin was right on the back bumper heading down the start-finish straight into Stadium Bend, and now Lewis Islin knows he's got to put everything into it. Will Murphy has got to be focused, controlled, aggression required at times when you need to do it the most. A quick look over the right shoulder from the number 4 from Ambition Motorsport, ahead of the number 6 of Lewis Islin from the Synergy Race Team. And a moment there for that is Anthony Parfitt. So now through the leaders go into Stadium Bend once again. Murphy has controlled proceedings, but Islin has just been waiting, closing under braking into the infield hairpin. The timer has hit 0. It's all going to come down to one pivotal moment. Will Islin go for a full-on attack, or will Will Murphy be able to fend him off? The timer's hit 0, 10 minutes are up. We go down to the final lap. Murphy versus Islin. Who is it going to be? We've got 950 meters to find out. Islin pulls to the left, heading into Stadium. Murphy again goes on the tight defensive line, through into the left at Reg's elbow. Lewis Islin needs to do something, and it's got to be on the back straightaway. They both bump over the curbs. Through into the outfield hairpin, down the back straightaway for the final time. Just a few corners remain, and Will Murphy brings it through pylon. Lewis Islin has got one more chance out of the final corner, but Will Murphy out of the final corner. It's going to be one for Ambition Motorsport, because Will Murphy takes the 2021 London Cup Honda Cadet Championship title here at Rye House after a great display from both drivers. It was less than 3/10. The frustration is very much clear to see for Lewis Islin. He was on course for getting a second title in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 5 years. So, you know what? I think at the end of the day, you have to give credit where credit is due. Lewis Islin has raced his heart out on there, but Will Murphy from Ambition Motorsport takes the Honda Cadet crown ahead of Mayan Patel in third, Lewis Islin in second. Luca Holmes-Balak in 4th. Levi Markady rounds out the top 5. Alexander Kurdikov, Finley Lyons, Harley Musk, Leo Anya, Kai Clark, Bradley Keaton, Max Wheatley, John Richardson finishes in 13th. Oliver Warner, Teddy Cooper completes the top 15 ahead of Connor J. Winfield, Anthony Parfitt, Cian Sullivan, Jensen Walker, Sam Howell and Ashley Haas as they all make their way into scrutineering. And then, ladies and gentlemen, 3 more to go. Next up, it's the final for Junior Road Tax. Let's have a look at the grid for the Junior Road Tax final here at the 2021 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with Create Gym. So it's Daniels Kuharenox in the number 73 that starts from pole position. Ahead of Ryan McAuliffe, Rory Burke and Ollie Ward, row 2. Freddie Ingram and Arik Vilker, row number 3. Row 4 is Christopher Harris and Ben Hawker in the 9 and the 21. Ronnie Smith in the 96, Simon Parfitt in the 87 and Liam Phillips rounding out the 11-strong grid. Previous winners includes twice for Michael Epps. We've got Jack Taylor, Liam Ferguson, Augustus Lawrence, Alexander Burford Fuller, and in most recent times, 2019, Alfie Brooks, 2020, Darrell Taylor. So the Road Tax Raw will be enveloping the last 3 races of this prestigious event in 2021. So I'm very pleased to see Rory Burke after that heavy hit in Heat 2 after contact between himself and Daniels Kuharenox, that he's back on the circuit. But this is where it counts the most. You can wax lyrical about the heats being as important. Yes, it is. Another formation lap has been called. So we've got another 2 more races after this to conclude what's been a fantastic London Cup. It's my 3rd in 5 years. And looking forward to, hopefully in the not too distant future, being back here again for this prestigious event. Okay, right, hopefully we'll have a second chance at the bite of the cherry, so to speak. Out of the final corner, through paddock. Revs rise, are we ready? The Junior Road Tax final is underway. And into turn 1, it's Daniel Kuharenox that is leading, but Ryan McAuliffe is trying to go round the outside of Stadium Bend. And I think, who is leading? It is Rory Burke has gotten into the lead. And now, Ronnie Smith has absolutely launched himself up the order. Did he use a catapult? Oh no. Ryan McAuliffe is out, and right, red flag has instantly been called. Red flag has been called. Just a bit of update really for those watching at home. Jan Echterman has just asked about that, saying let's actually one of the drivers, it was the 71 Kart. They are checking him over in the medical vehicle at the moment, and that's Ryan McAuliffe. So it looks like everything's been cleaned up and we're about to get underway. I did see that Ryan McAuliffe was around the outside of Daniels Kuharenox going into Stadium Bend. So yeah, he got out unassisted, which is the main thing. So the engines have now fired up back into life. And the drivers make their way around the circuit. And the floodlights have now been illuminated here at the track. And we have had a little bit of a drama. That looks to be Christopher Harris in the number 9 that has just had a bit of a moment going through Stadium and into Regis. So full course yellow employed, and it has changed things somewhat because Daniels Kuharenox will lead the field across. And are we going to be underway? I think they have got things going as Rory Burke round the outside of Daniels Kuharenox and has got through to take the race lead. As again, Ronnie Smith making quick work of getting past number 9 of Christopher Harris. So Ronnie Smith now making some headway and has an opportunity, currently sitting in 4th place on the road as Rory Burke leads them out of the final corner to complete the first lap. So the number 98 leads the way, then it's Kuharenox in the 73. Freddie Ingram being chased down by Ronnie Smith, who started down in 6th position and now is up into 3rd, having gotten his way past the number 76. So with 9 minutes plus an additional lap to go, Rory Burke has got a little bit of a lead at the minute, but Daniels Kuharenox about to come under fire from Ronnie Smith. Smith looking to the inside, turns in, little bit of drift going through into Stadium Bend, and the 96 gets through. So at the moment, Freddie Ingram rounds out the top 4. Christopher Harris in the 9 completes the top 5. Simon Parfitt, Adik Vilka, Ben Hawker and Liam Phillips. Ryan McAuliffe unfortunately eliminated due to that red flag stoppage. But know for a fact that he will be back next season and looking to make some headway. As now the chase begins. Ronnie Smith will now start throwing everything at the tarmac in the number 96 ASR entry to go after Rory Burke. The gap last time was 1.4 seconds. Rory Burke punching through his own air, a 36.254 second lap time. Christopher Harris coming under fire from Simon Parfitt in the 87. And Parfitt looking to get a very clean move going through the complex. So just over 2 minutes of the race completed. Jan Echterman, it's just precautional checks. They have to do that as common practice. So protocols with regards to any ambulance crews. If the driver's conscious, they still have to do those checks. So the main thing is, I'm glad to see that Ryan McAuliffe is okay. So 7 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. And Ronnie Smith trying to close that gap down. It was 1.3. Looks to be a little bit closer than that. Maybe that's just under a second So he's taken nearly 4 tenths out of Rory Burke, puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 36.015. Now, Rory Burke has been through the trenches, as has Daniel Kuharenox today, and so has Ronnie Smith, with the engine and the radiator flapping about on the right-hand side of his kart. To his immediate right-hand side is now Smith gets the head down, closing in. Gap was 9.5 tenths. As we go on to lap number 7, and under braking, the back end snaps to the left-hand side for Ronnie Smith, but he hooks it up, rotates the kart. The gap was 9 tenths. It's now under 6, but it's less than that as they go down the back straightaway. Ronnie Smith on the verge of going into the 35s. 36.004. Oh, hello there. I spy a plane in the sky. Nevertheless, I've got something more important to concentrate on, and that is this battle here for the lead in Junior Road Tax, the final of the 2021 Rye House London Cup. Rory Burke now starting to feel a little bit of pressure being applied, courtesy of the 96 of Ronnie Smith. And Ronnie Smith is going to do everything, he's going to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at this, because he wants to go for broke and get that title. We're halfway through the restarted race, and here goes Ronnie Smith up the inside of Rory Burke to take the lead just around the halfway mark through the infield hairpin. So a great bit of lining it up, but now Rory Burke becomes the hunter. Ronnie Smith becomes the hunted. Out of the complex, through into the S's, now into paddock, as the sunlight is starting, well, the light is starting to fade. There is still cloud cover overhead, but the track has evolved to where these drivers are at full racing speed. And Ronnie Smith has now got a gap of over 3 tenths over Rory Burke. Simon Parford, in the meantime, has been closing in bit by bit, but not much, on Daniel Kuharenox. Liam Phillips having a good battle here for P8 with Ben Hawker. Simon Parford is the fastest one out there, 35.861. And along with Ronnie Smith, is the only one of 2 drivers that has been able to break the 36-second barrier. 60% of the time has now elapsed. We've got just under 40 of it to go, plus an additional lap. And Ronnie Smith is trying to get away. He has broken away. The deadlock has been broken. Ronnie Smith has now gotten into the lead of the race as Liam Phillips and Ben Hawker continue their battle over 8th position through into Stadium Bend. And Ronnie Smith is just calmly extending that gap. The gap was 3 tenths. Looks to be a little bit more than that, maybe double. Probably about 6 tenths, as I just wait for the timing just to refresh. But Daniel Kuharenox is closing in once again on Rory Burke. Remember what happened in Heat 2 between these two. As they say, once bitten, twice shy. Rory Burke will do everything in his power to try and keep Kuharenox at bay, but Kuharenox will push. So Ronnie Smith, again, another lap completed. 4 minutes to go. Two minutes and 40 plus 1 lap as Ronnie Smith looks to have set the fastest lap of anybody in this race. And his gap now over Rory Burke is 1.8 seconds and climbing. Kuharenox is a further half a second adrift of Rory Burke. Simon Parford completes the top 4 ahead of Freddie Ingram, Christopher Harris, Alec Vilker, Liam Phillips and Ben Hawker. So 80% of the timer has now elapsed. We now head into the final couple of minutes. So Ronnie Smith has got a gap of about 2 seconds leading the way ahead of Rory Burke, who looks over his right shoulder to see Daniels Kuharenox not too far behind. And that gap is continuing to climb. 2.3 seconds is now the differential between Ronnie Smith and Rory Burke, and Rory Burke was in clear contention. The Passion Motorsport driver in the number 98 has been on fire today, putting in some good performances, very quick in qualifying. But at the moment, Ronnie Smith, I did say earlier on, had a point to prove and is doing that as we head into the final 10th, the last 10% of the timer as we go into the last 60, plus one lap. And Ronnie Smith is putting on a bit of a dominant display. He's comfortably extending that gap. He put nearly 3/10 further between himself and Rory Burke. Daniels Kuharenox, I think, is going to have to settle for third place unless he can start closing. And Kuharenox last time did take out just over a 10th off of Rory Burke, but Rory Burke was just slightly slower on that last lap as Rory Burke sees his chance at a London Cup title fade away into the distance as Rory Burke is nearly 3 seconds behind Ronnie Smith as the timer is heading into the final 10 seconds. Back end of Kuharenox's kart snaps to the left-hand side, under braking for the infield hairpin. So the timer has hit 0, and this time Ronnie Smith will get the final lap board, and he's 950 meters away. Burke now coming under fire from Kuharenox into the dying stages. Last lap it is, as the leader now going through the infield hairpin for one final time. Be a total of 18 laps as Burke really coming under the kibosh once again from Kuharenox as they go into the back straightaway for the final time. However, the leader, Ronnie Smith, started further down the order. He comes out of the final corner, and ASR's Ronnie Smith takes the Junior Rotax London Cup crown. Rory Burke holds on to fend off Daniels Kuharenox for second on the road. Simon Parfitt in fourth. Freddie Ingram will come across the line in fifth place ahead of Christopher Harris. Adik Vilke in seventh as we're waiting for the last two drivers. Well, we've got Liam Phillips and then Ben Hawker, but Ronnie Smith from ASR now joins the likes of Michael Epps, Reese Wade, Jack Taylor, Darrell Taylor, Liam Ferguson, Jordan Brown, Alexander Burford Fuller and Michael Epps as London Cup champions. As we now head to our penultimate race of the 2021 Rye House London Cup, it's time for Senior Rotax. Well, the time is now approaching, it's just gone past 10 to 4 in the afternoon. Two more races to go. This time it's the Senior Rotax final. It's been nip and tuck between Harvey Hollick and Hayden Cater all weekend long. They're on the front row. George Sanders and Kyle Dunford, row 2. Mark Sayers and Jack Powell, row 3. George Hunter, Josh Evans, row 4. James Otto and Ryan Mills, row 5, completing the top 10. So then we've got Max Miners, Aaron Norman, Martin Jackson, Chris Rance, James Bark and Marcus Whitney. That's your top 6. That's the 16. There is going to be another formation lap. So again, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. We are trying to get Paul to... Here he is. Okay, right, hang on. No, he's been running over like a whirling dervish. You're out of breath, mate.
Not fit anymore.
Right, okay, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. The Senior Road Tax Final of the 2021 London Cup is underway, and there's a tussle between Cater and Holick, and Cater gets the lead going into Stadium Bend. That is just threading the eye of the needle, and it was the pressure point. And also Kyle Dunford, George Sanders round the outside of Dunford going through the infield hairpin, and Harvey Holick down into 6th position. That was a proper squeeze, wasn't it, Paul Janes?
Someone wants it. That was an awesome, awesome first lap.
Yep, first couple of corners. So Hayden Cater leading the way after the biggest push and shove. And Kyle Dunford, contact warning. Max Miners, contact warning. And George Sanders has got past Hayden Cater. You said someone wanted it. It wasn't just Harvey Holick, it wasn't just Hayden Cater, it's also the one that's leading it at the minute, Paul, George Sanders.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The first lap, George wanted it. It had no answer to anyone else, just sent it. What's Ricardo say? Lick the stamp and send it.
Yep. Mac and cheese balls, he also says as well. But nevertheless, George Sanders leads, and his lead is a big one. It's about 6 tenths and climbing. And Harvey Holick has now received a contact warning, I think from a little bit of that squeeze from earlier on. But it was a push come to shove situation. So Harvey Holick down in 5th place. He's still got 8.5 minutes. Now, we've seen comeback drives here today, Paul. And Harvey Holick, we know the capabilities of this young individual. And he's already trying to put a move on early past Jack Powell for 4th place. He's going to be able to pick and choose his spots. But then when he comes up against Hayden Cater, Kyle Dunford, and then George Sanders, he's got to rethink his strategy on the fly.
To be fair, I don't think he's going to catch George. George is gone. But he is going to come through to at least 2nd, I reckon. So he needs to make the move soon. But obviously Hayden's probably set his Kart up for later on in the race. You never know.
You never know. Never say never. The unpredictability of karting can rear its head at any time. And with the floodlights fully ablaze, we are just approaching 4 o'clock local time here in the UK as the battle wages on. Harvey Holick just waiting, biding his time. Fastest lap from Hayden Cater, who has just taken a 10th out of George Sanders. And so Harvey Holick up the inside of Jack Powell. That was a good attempt, but it was, you know, we see this all the time, Paul, that you have moves where they commit, and then it's the 90%, and then you've got the 10% that creeps in and goes, I shouldn't have done that.
That 10% you don't want. You just commit, and that's it. At the end of the day, if you're making a move on a driver, it's your move. You should commit and let them yield.
Indeed. So Sanders leads from Cater by 8.5 tenths. Kyle Dunford rounds out the top 3, and you can really tell that Harvey Holick is absolutely determined to get his way past. He's got to do it by fair means, not foul. And Jack Powell just really putting that tight defensive line. This is bringing in Mark Sayers into play in the number 17, who rounds out the top 6. And then Josh Evans in the 26, who rounds out the top 7. It is a bit of a train at the moment, and it is the Kyle Dunford train, because Hayden Cater is a bit further up the road, 1.2 seconds. And Harvey Holick now knows he's got to move now, and he's trying to get a wriggle on. And Jack Powell is just like saying, no, you're not getting past, mate. You've got to try better than that. And Harvey Holick, I definitely knows it.
For sure, but I'm looking at the front at the moment, Alex, and it looks like Hayden is coming fast.
Oh,
George.
Here we go. Less than 6 minutes plus an additional lap on the clock. Hayden Cater versus George Sanders. That's a mouth-watering prospect. Oh, a touch between Jack Powell and Harvey Holick. Left front tyre from Holick, collecting with the right rear of Jack Powell going through into Stadium Bend. That's a sign that Harvey Holick is desperate to get through, and they've touched again! And that has allowed Mark Sayers to get through. I think that was a sign of desperation creeping in, wasn't it, Paul? Well and truly.
He's putting his cart in the wrong area of the track. I think he's trying to be a little bit too desperate. But I can see his point. He didn't have a very good start, and he's just playing catch-up now. But I think the race is not going his way this year, unfortunately.
No, but the thing is, Hayden Cater in the last 2 laps has gone in the 35.5s. He's got the fastest lap of anybody, and he's less than 6/10 behind George Sanders in terms of the lap time delta last time around. Hayden Cater was 65 thousandths of a second quicker. We're into the halfway stage of the race. 50% done, 50% to go, and it's still all to play for. But with the way things are going for Harvey Hollick, he might have picked up the Rye House IKR crown this season, but the London Cup crown could be slipping away as we head into the last 4.5 minutes. And Harvey Hollick has now started to respond in some respect, because he's just gone quicker than Hayden Cater. A 35.438 second lap time for Harvey Hollick down in 6th. Hayden Cater, before that, briefly held it for about 2 seconds. A 35.471. The times are really coming in. And now, Paul, the track is pretty much bone dry. It's hunting season, isn't it?
Yeah, it's free-for-all. Every corner around Rye House is a great overtaking opportunity.
And here we go up the inside. Hollick through. Does he get through on Sayers? Yes. That was a clean manoeuvre from Harvey Hollick. And he needed that one just to bring a bit of inspiration, a bit of motivation and confidence. Because the next 4 minutes plus a lap, as now we head back to the leaders. Hayden Cater has caught up with George Sanders in the number 51. And here the battle lines have been drawn. And Hayden Cater is the one that's pointing the big bazooka at the back bumper of George Sanders right now, Paul.
Yeah, so basically it looks like George set his cart up to come in the earlier part of the race to get
right, here we go. Move for the lead is going to be happening right now as Hayden Cater all bumps over the curbs and Sanders manages to get through on the switchback. I love it when you get that, and now we've got another switchback as Cater has retaken the lead with 3 minutes to go down the back straightaway. Hayden Cater absolutely committed. I knew there was a glint in his eye when I spoke to him Saturday morning. He said, yeah, I'm just here to race. And I was like thinking, I know what you want. You want to join the honour roll on the London Cup list of champions, where if things play out his way in about 4 minutes' time, he'll be joining you on that honour list, Paul. And it's been a great drive from him. You know, he's come in refreshed, relaxed. He's had a bit of time away from karting. And that can really do a lot of motivation, both mentally and physically, for a driver.
Yeah, for sure. You don't bring any pressure. You just turn up, hope for the best, and see what you can do. Obviously, he doesn't know anyone out on track. He's got no championship points to go for. You just race for the win and race for the top spot.
It is also about pride to have this prestigious title. 2 minutes and 10 to go, and now the floodgates are starting to open ever so slightly for Harvey Hollick, because he's got Kyle Dunford just up ahead. Well, he's actually passed Dunford. It's the 28 of Jack Powell that's in P3. And George Sanders doing the old bunny hopping in the seat treatment. Now Hollick has got to get on with it. He's got to get a wriggle on. He's got to move. And I know for a fact that Gary Parsons, the team boss at Kartech, will be egging him on, just saying, come on, mate, just go for it. Keep pushing. But with the way that gap has extended between the top 2 and 3rd position, that looks to be fast dwindling away. With 1 minute and 30 plus an additional lap, Hayden Cater is defending. Harvey Hollick was looking for a move up the inside. He's going to go for it. And it's side by side. A run wide there from Powell. Nearly opened the door for Kyle Dunford. Through into the outfield hairpin. Harvey Hollick just threw everything, including the bloomin' kitchen sink, to get himself up into 3rd. But I think if it was another couple of minutes, Paul, I think it would have been a bit more time on his side.
Yeah, for sure. He's had to come back and overtake 3 people. If he conducted himself a little bit sooner, he would be chasing up to the leaders and be there on the last lap. But well done to him. He's come through. He's 3rd. It could be striking distance if they back each other up on his last lap coming up, but the gap is quite big.
Yeah, 3.7 seconds near to the point as we head into the last 40 seconds. Hayden Cater leads George Sanders by about 4/10. I think that gap could very much be dwindling as they come across the line. Sanders in the tow. There's going to be about 2/10 between them as they head into stadium. We're now on to the penultimate lap. It's 0.234. All you need to do is add a 1 at the front of that, mate. There you go.
This could get interesting.
I can count.
This could
I
get
can
really
count.
interesting, Alex.
It is indeed, because we're into the last 13 seconds. We're on the 17th and penultimate lap out of 18. Hayden Cater is the hunted. George Sanders is the hunter. It's fallen away. It's like a tumbleweed in a Wild Western film in Hollywood for Harvey Hollick. He's going to have to settle for 3rd place. But now we go on to the 18th and final lap. This is it. It's crunch time. Who's going to want it the most? Because Sanders is going to have to line up a beautiful move on Hayden Cater to go for the lead as the back end of his kart goes sideways under the braking zone into the infield hairpin, down the back straightaway. Sanders has got to tee him up for paddock because he won't get through past pylon unless he properly sends it through the S's. And I've seen plenty of moves over the years, over the last 5 seasons. But out of the final corner, Hayden Cater came here just to race. He's going to join the list of champions. Hayden Cater from ASR joins Paul James, Michael Epps, amongst all others. I mean, to witness that as well, firsthand, that's great to see someone like Hayden just come here, chilled, does the business, and wins by just under 1/10.5.
It's always good to come back and ruffle a few feathers, isn't it? So
yeah,
he
definitely.
drove fantastic, to be fair. And considering the start George had, wow, he definitely didn't give up. So that's the mentality that you've got to have if you want to win races. And Hayden did a good job there.
Exactly. 2-time winners include Mike Spencer in 2007 and 2019. Charlie Turner, 2015, 2016. Michael Epps, 2012, 2014, and 2021, Hayden Cater. So, the finishing order, Hayden Cater pipping George Sanders to the post in the 51 by 0.134 seconds. Harvey Hollick is going to have to come back and do it all again next year in 2022. He finishes P3. Jack Powell in 4th ahead of Kyle Dunford. Josh Evans, Mark Sayers, George Hunter, Ryan Mills, Max Miners completes the top 10. And every single one of the 15 drivers finished. And it was rounding out the 15 strong, James Otto, James Bark, Aaron Norman, Martin Jackson, and Chris Rance. To close out the show, someone's calling you out on the YouTube chat. Black book of excuses, Rob Holland. That's all I'm saying.
It's about time Rob did something for once.
Oh! Right, okay. Without further ado, the final race of the 2021 Rye House London Cup, brought to you with Create Gym. It's Rotax 177. Right. It's the 27th race of the meeting, and here is your grid. Joe Hunt starts from pole position with a maximum score of 150 points. Tom Thompson alongside in the 139, Aaron Timberlake and the returning Adam Sadler. Adam won this title in 2017. He starts on P4. Joshua Townsend and Jason Tingle, row 3. Then we've got Vince Bryant, Peter Dell in the 51 and the 89, John Cornell in the 63, Tyler Cox in the 36, and Richard Allison in the 72. Now, I think where Adam Sadler is, it doesn't matter if he's the team boss. He's a rival for Joe Hunt out there. And to be honest with you, after the chassis cracked for him in qualifying yesterday, then broke the chain, he'd put no lap in qualifying. I think Adam Sadler could be a danger for Joe Hunt tonight, wouldn't you say?
Adam's going to win. It's simple as that.
All predictions are in already.
I really do think, even though Joe's done a sterling performance, might be a bit of team talk.
There will be, if something happens, if something happens, Paul, you're guaranteed that there's going to be someone is buying the beers tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
So whether that's going to be Joe Hunt or Adam Sadler, whoever wins, you know what? You've predicted a winner. I'm going to say something else. If it goes between Joe Hunt and Adam Sadler, whoever wins the London Cup is the one that buys the beer for the other for tonight.
Tom Thompson might win it.
Who knows? Who knows? There is so much to play for. And already, Hugo LaRoche is making waves, courtesy of Rob Holland, because he scrolled through the YouTube chat. A big thank you to everyone that has tuned in. A big thank you to Paul for jumping on co-coms just for a few races. But it's at least it's your first time of being able to give your input, mate.
Might be my last time as well. I'm not really good at this.
Hey, no, you're doing fine, mate. You're doing fine. With me, you'll do well. You'll do well. Right, okay. 10 minutes, revs rise for the final time in the 2021 London Cup. We are, the cone's been knocked to the side. Whoops. As they are underway, as Joe Hunt leads them through Stadium Bend into Reg's Elbow. Tom Thompson, Adam Sadler trying to look up the inside going into P3 on Aaron Timberlake, but Timberlake puts the blockers on. And Hunt already looking over his right shoulder. He's got to try and get an early breakaway here, Paul. And that's the key point, because Adam Sadler's got two other drivers. He's got Tom Thompson and Aaron Timberlake to quickly dispatch. And from my perspective, he's got to start doing it now. If he doesn't do it now, and now he's doing it, Aaron Timberlake has just fallen victim to him through Stadium. So already, Adam is winding things up. He's now going to bring the fight to Joe Hunt and Tom Thompson as the 36. Tyler Cox, the steering was bent inwards, so the track rod has popped off the steering. And the 36, a bit battle scarred. And also we've had looks to be the 70, is that?
42, mate.
42, that is Aaron Timberlake. Aaron Timberlake, an early casualty within the first 60 seconds, and his London Cup dream has literally evaporated with a technical issue. So yellow flags at Stadium Bend. And it's getting on with business is Adam Sadler up the inside of Tom Thompson. And now, Paul, with 8 minutes and 40 to go, Joe Hunt is going to look over and have an instant... well, how can I put it? He's going to go like, right, here we go.
It's going to be quite awkward in the yawning after this if they have a little bit of contact.
I'm looking forward to the trophy presentation after all of this before I head off on my travels again. But a good battle emerging through between Joshua Townsend in the number 11 and Jason Tingle in the 65. But the good thing is, Adam Sadler is about a 1/10 and a half off pace of Joe Hunt, who's been putting in a 36.4. But Adam Sadler has actually pipped his talisman driver in this class by 3 1,000ths and holds the fastest lap. So I think Adam Sadler is just going to literally, over the next 7.5 minutes, he's going to start eating into that gap little by little. It's not going to be like, right, I'm going to get there. And instantly, the minute you do that, you cook the tyres. You then compromise yourself. You want your weapons sharp in karting. We all know that in any form of motorsport. And Adam Sadler has just put in the fastest lap of the race again, 36.130. I know Joe Hunt is hungry, but I know that Adam Sadler, Paul, is hungry, but wants to show that he still has the magic after 2.5 years away.
To be fair, like even on that overtake the previous lap, he only lost 2/10 of his fastest lap, and he overtook into a hairpin. So he's just gone up 3/10 from Joe, I believe. So, and he's getting faster every lap for sure. But that last lap, they sort of match. So, to be fair, this will go down in the next 3 laps. I reckon Adlam's going to make his move for sure.
I think it's going to be sooner, because he's just halved that gap by 3/10, and he's done a 35.9. And now Joe Hunt was nearly 3/10 slower. So Joe Hunt, because of the fact now that Adam Sadler has got motivation, he's also got someone else to chase. He's been the one that's battled from the back. I did say to him after qualifying, you've got to do a top gear from the rear, and that's exactly what he's doing. He is not giving Joe Hunt any opportunity to breathe. They are both under the same awning. it's quite funny when the team boss actually ends up being kicked out of his own awning when he's actually racing. And Joe Hunt has been outside of the ASR awning because obviously he's been working with his son Leo in Bambino Comas. But still, with 6 minutes, this is one lovely little trait that I like here. I did the Rotax Euro Golden Trophy. We did the racing under the night lights, and we're going to conclude the London Cup under the floodlights as sunset is probably hitting round about now, Paul. That's a way to cap off the day, isn't it?
I've never seen his son at Rye House. But
you've always seen it dark when you arrive at
yesterday.
silly o'clock in the morning. So 5.5 minutes to go. And now it's mano y mano. It's guys from the same awning, the same team. So driver versus team boss. And I think the awkwardness might be settling in between the pair of them. Because once we both know this, Paul, the minute you drop the visor, it doesn't matter where you are in the team. If you're racing against each other, you're pure and simply a rival to the other.
Exactly. You're here for yourself and no one else at the end of the day. You don't wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning and want to come thirds, that's for sure. That's my mentality.
What was it Ricky Bobby said? If you ain't first, you ain't, if you're second, you're last, effectively. Sure. If you ain't first, you're last. But Joe Hunt is doing a really good job with about 4 minutes and 45 seconds still to go. Good work by Tom Thompson to keep it in third place. He's a bit Billy No-Mates, to be honest with you. However, Sadler is winding up. You did say between probably 2 to 3 laps, as Tom Thompson has just been hit, of all things, with a mechanical black flag on lap number 10 of the race. So Tom Thompson's podium evaporates with a mechanical black flag, and I think it's setting in. I think he's seen the sign, and that says to him, just keeping an eye on what's happening, the exhaust is actually moving about. That is loose. So the baffles and the top part of the exhaust look to be loose, so he'll now see it, and he knows that there is an issue. He's got to park it. That's a real shame, because that's going to give Joshua Townsend third on the road, but it's still a quarter of a second between the top two. And, yeah, the exhaust is noisy. I've just heard it, and he's just pulled off. Sensible decision. A real shame for Tom Thompson. That exhaust, the top part of it was flapping away, and the gasket has gone, and that, Paul, is not what you want to hear on a Rotax Max Evo engine, is it? No,
for sure, and unfortunately for Tom, it's the race that matters, and you don't really want it on a mechanical, but these things happen.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. So, still at the front of the field, Joe Hunt under pressure.
I think Adam's protecting him, mate. He's making him work hard, and they're going to surprise him on the last couple of laps.
Yes, the old switcheroo, the old Nigel Mansell dummy from the early 90s in Formula One when Leone was with Williams in 91 and 92, won the title in 92, then went over to win an IndyCar in 93. Never won the Indy 500, did Nigel Mansell. And with his two sons, now run Mansell Raceway. Circuit I've never visited. You have, though. Yes. I was really jealous of people saying, oh, yeah, we're going to Mansell Raceway. I was like, oh, it clashes with something else. That's the thing with these last two seasons. It has been an absolute rigmarole for everybody involved to get organised. Paul's been nigh on pulling out his hair at times when it's not being trimmed by the barber.
For sure. I might as well live in the Premier in more than any.
Or a Travel Lodge. Yeah, depending on which one you can get the best deal on.
Yeah, for sure.
But 2.5 minutes to go. Joe Hunt and Adam Sadler cannot be separated from each other. And now Sadler looking up the inside. Oh, here we go. There's the move. 2 minutes to go.
It was the hairpin.
Yep, he's been eyeing. That's been his sweet spot all the way through the race.
Oh.
And, side by side into pylon. Joe Hunt was like saying, you cheeky little beggar. Well, Joe, he's taller than you for a first anyway, and he's taller than me, so I better watch what I say about my height in comparison with Adam Sadler. But Adam Sadler with 90 seconds on the clock. Jan Echterman says, I'm making a prediction that I think this will end in tears and Joshua Townsend will win this. Don't tempt fate is all I'm going to say, Jan Echterman. But it was just a tenth and 3/4 separating these two. And funnily enough, one's running the 67, One's running the 66. And you can see that people are still watching from the sidelines despite the darkness of night setting in here in Hoddesdon, the county of opportunity. And Adam Sadler had an opportunity because he wants a second London Cup crown. But what is Joe Hunt going to do about it? Because we're into the last 45 seconds.
Joe looks racy.
Oh, here we go, up the inside. Hunt retakes the lead. And that was a move, I think, that Adam Sadler might have been caught napping on ever so slightly. But nevertheless, they're going to go on to the penultimate lap. We're on lap number 16, so 2 to go, including this one. What's the gap between Sadler and Hunt as they cross the line? Just waiting for that's going to be less than 2.5 tenths, I bet. But through into the infield hairpin. I think you're right about what you're saying about the surprise.
Yeah.
But we're going to wait. We're going to let the audience find out when. Because it's all up to now. There's a lap and a half still to go. Joe Hunt is literally a few moments away, as is Adam Sadler. And Adam Sadler could take a second London Cup title here this evening. Right, final lap it is. Who's got the guts? Has Sadler got the guts to send it through the infield hairpin? Not on this particular occasion, but could he be lining up something special? He's got a good run, has Sadler. And through into the outfield hairpin. Joe Hunt has kept it nice and tidy. Down the back straightaway into pylon for the final time. He's got to tee him up now, hasn't he, Paul?
Well, I think that's race. Joe Hunt's done an awesome job. Absolutely.
And there
awesome.
we go. It's a 1-2 for ASR. Joe Hunt joins the honour roll and the family celebrates as well. Absolute jubilation. Joe Hunt becomes your 2021 Rye House London Cup Rotax 177 champion. You know what? I'm absolutely pleased for this bloke. I've met him a couple of years ago. He's got a big grin, smiles for miles. I'm really pleased. You know, it was great because Adam gave him something to do. We didn't want Joe to scarper off into the distance, and now it sinks in. Adam Sadler, from last in qualifying to second in the final. Josh Townsend rounds out the podium. Jason Tingle, Peter Dell, John Cornell. Richard Allison finishes in 7th ahead of Vince Bryant. Tom Thompson, unfortunately, retiring on lap number 10 with the loose exhaust. Aaron Timberlake and Tyler Cox out on lap 1. Paul, thank you very much for joining me for the 4 races today, mate.
Thank you, Alex, and well done today.
And
really good job.
All I'm going to say, congratulations.
Cheers,
as
mate.
well.
Yeah, Will done a fantastic job in Honda Cadet, taking the win, and it's what he needed more than anything else. So, yeah, bring on next year.
Indeed. So, really, that is it from us here at the 2021 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with Create Gym. We've crowned new 2021 champions here at Rye House as the darkness is fast setting in. Thank you very much for everyone tuning in. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your commentator for the 2021 Rye House London Cup. We'll see you next time on Alpha Live. Thanks very much for watching, and good night.